Good morning, dear colleagues. We will start in a few minutes.
Dear colleagues, dear participants, after a small delay, we are ready to start our section of ICTM 2025 conference. And sorry for this small delay. And finally, it's possible to properly work and actually work as it should be. We are starting our conference section. The general topic is connected with cybersecurity and Internet of Everything. And I hope that today it will be possible to provide the results of your studies and share the knowledge. And actually, it's possible to say that current conference is a big tradition of not only the university but also the contribution of the department, and it's great that it's possible to organize such event here. And let me to announce together with my colleague Artem Tetsky the current content of the current section, and the first report is Danil Kirichenko and Georgy Zemlyanko, models for the behavior of the smart home, taking into account dynamic natural conditions and cataclysms. So this report is presented as a video record, and let us a moment to show the presentation.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues and participants. We present to you a paper devoted to modeling the behavior of smart home systems under dynamic natural conditions and disasters. This paper was prepared by a Master of Computer Engineering student, Danila Kirichenko, and his supervisor, Associate Professor, Georgy Zemlyanko. The main goal of this research is to improve the reliability and adaptability of smart home system in emergency situations. The report will address the following issues: characteristic of natural disasters and the impact of housing systems, relevance of the topic and exciting problems, the purpose and objectives of the research, analysis of modern smart home systems, development of algorithms and application architecture, modeling of system behavior under dynamic weather conditions, result of statistical modeling, conclusions, and directions for further development. So, as you may have noticed, the modern world is facing an increasing frequency of natural disaster, flood, earthquakes, hurricanes, and extreme weather events. These processes have a direct impact on the safety and the resilience of housing infrastructure. In the context of global climate change, the need to adapt smart home system to such threats is especially pressing. The relevance of this study is driven by several factors: the increasing number of natural disasters, the influence adaptation of exciting smart home systems to extreme conditions, the need to ensure the security, stability, and energy efficiency of homes. Key changes include the lack of adaptive response mechanism, raw designs to power, and communication outgates. Also, we want to need these high implementation costs and the increasing risk of cyber threats. The goal of the study is to develop a software application for modeling the behavior of smart home system during natural disaster. To achieve this goal, the following objectives were such: analysis of exciting modeling approaches, the development of the application architecture, construction of mathematical models of the system's response to disasters, implementation of an adaptive algorithm, and testing and performance evaluation. So in this slide, present data on the spread of smart home technologies in various countries, as well as statistics on natural disasters over the past decades. We see that the penetration of intelligent systems in everyday life is growing, but the number of extreme natural events is also increasing. This highlights the need to develop solutions that can function in crisis conditions. Also, let's look at example of specific solutions. First, it's Jack Systems by Ukraine. It's highly reliable and energy efficient, but is expensive and dependent on an internet connection. Fibaro, Poland company, offers extensive automation capabilities and modularity, but requires professional installation and it's limited to the Z-Wave protocols. Somfy, France company, specializes in motorized solutions and integration, but suffers from high costs and limited flexibility. Thus, each system has strengths but also limitations, especially in emergency situations. In this slide, you can see other products which we also considered. So Jira, a Germany company, distinguished by high quality and integration capabilities, but requires complex configuration and professional installation. Google Nest, USA company, easy to use, energy efficient, but dependent on the Google ecosystems and a stable internet connection. And Xiaomi Mi Home, China company, also very popular. It's affordable, flexible, and integrates with voice assistants, but raises data security concern and has limited support for third-party devices. In a comparative analysis shows that no one's the exciting system are sufficiently resilient to catastrophic scenarios, necessitating the development of new models. So the next, I'll hand the follow over the master student, Danila Kirichenko, who will discuss the proposed model and algorithms being developed, as well as the first test version of the program. So please, Danila.
After the analysis, an algorithm for the complex smart home system was developed to address the dynamic behavior of natural and artificial phenomena. This algorithm is a hierarchical decision-making system that analyzes events, assesses risks, and determines appropriate response measure. Currently, the complex algorithm includes 8 subsystems. A mathematical model was developed that accounts for the smart home system and its subsystems, their security and reliability, as well as the impact of dynamic natural behavior. Now we can see on the slide how we describe control and monitoring systems. The climate and security control systems is based on mathematical models that integrate a dynamic of environmental parameters and the risks of emergency events. For security, a binary model is used, where the state 1 indicates as read, for example, a forest fire, and 0 indicates the absence of risks. The architectural organization of the application is based on a procedural approach. The central element of the software implementation is the simulate function, which encapsulates the main logic of the smart home's behavior. The key principle is the functional separation of the responsibility. Individual blocks of code functions are responsible for the specific aspects of the system's operations, such as parameter initialization, processing simulation logic, user interaction, and data visualization. The user inputs parameters inside and outside the simulated home, alerts, status of home subsystems, power, security, ventilation, etc. The program analyzes the data and models the system's reaction, activates or deactivates subsystems, recommendations for the actions, outputs the simulation results as a text. This demonstrates changes to internal and external environmental parameters. These program screenshots show how the simulation works based on various systems parameters or conditions specified in the system. Statistical results of the model simulation show that the use of mathematical models and the algorithms make it possible to increase the efficiency of the smart home across all key parameters: response time, energy, efficiency, reliability, and convenience. These improvements make smart home more adaptive to external conditions and the user needs, which confirms the importance for creating a safe and sustainable living environment. As a result of the research, a mathematical model and a behavior algorithm for the smart home systems were developed, allowing it to adapt effectively to changing environmental conditions and catastrophic events. The model integrates data from various sensors and devices. The results show a significant improvement in the system's response time by 32%, energy efficiency by 27%, and key safety indicators under simulated emergency conditions. In the future, it is possible to create a prototype for testing and improving adaptation algorithms, as well as implementing new sensors and forecasting models for a more accurate systems response to catastrophic events. Thank you for your attention.
Well, it's great that there is a possibility to provide the such kind of knowledge, and we propose to move forward to the next report. Maxim Andreychuk and Vitaly Kulanov, research and development of an interactive web bar platform for 3D modeling and visualization of furniture in real-world environment. Andy, did you present your presentation directly? Sorry, Maxim.
I also have a video if it's would be more comfortable.
You can start, and then in case of the questions, we will ask you because you are here. Do you have such possibility?
Yes.
But it should be with sound. Please.
Yes, my video presentation is with sound.
Please provide us.
Is it
You
showing
know,
up?
Yes, but we not hear anything yet.
No, I mean my presentation. I mean I upload by the Google form, if that's what you ask for.
Yes, but if you are here, it means that you can provide it by yourself.
Yes, but that's only a presentation. Well, I mean I would talk by myself here.
So you're asking to, but you can show the video that you recorded, right?
Yes.
What's the problem? So please.
All right. 1 minute then. Today I would like to present the topic of my research. Research development of an interactive web AR platform for 3D modeling.
Дуже погано чути. Майже не чути.
The sound is too faded.
Stop, please.
Yes. To fade it.
To share the video, it's necessary to open it from Drive in the same browser and separate tab and share the tab with sharing the sound from the tab. And in this case, it will be possible to share the video. But I think that if you meet in some problems during the sharing, we can help you in this case, but you will provide the answers.
Yes, I guess that's better.
1 second. So the topic, please, it's possible to start the presentation, please.
Good day. Today I would like to present the topic of my research. Research and development of an interactive web AR platform for 3D modeling and visualization of furniture in a real-world environment. Today we will consider the original purpose of this research and what inspired us to study it. We'll also consider the subsequent goals and objectives, and then examine the hypothetical architecture of augmented reality web application. Nowadays, we can no longer imagine our lives without interior items and furniture. However, the industry faces one of the highest online return rates among all retail sectors. Traditional electronic commerce struggles with furniture sales due to the tactile and spatial nature of these products. High return rates cost billions annually in processing, shipping, and inventory management. For example, with Nova Poshta reporting a 3% return rate for furniture. The use of augmented and virtual reality is increasing worldwide, as are the methods of use from video games to medicine, as well in the field of interior design. Such trends opens new opportunities for using technology with just a smartphone, with a working camera and internet coverage. WebAR technology introduced an innovative approach to address this challenge efficiently. Industry leaders like IKEA have already gained significant competitive advantages through augmented reality implementations. Besides that, for example, the COVID-19 pandemic accelerated the shift towards contactless, home-based shopping experience. Consumers who previously relied on showrooms visit now expect sophisticated digital alternatives that provides comparable confidence in purchase decisions. So, what is WebAR? Web augmented reality is a technology that allows users to see a new perspective, as if something is right before their eyes, using only a smartphone camera. Unlike classic two-dimensional images, augmented reality also allows you to interact with these objects. For example, spin it, move it, maybe make it bigger or smaller. And integration with web systems allows this technology to exist directly in browsers without need to install application. The study aims to develop a comprehensive WebAR framework specifically tailored for furniture retail. The framework addresses both technological and environmental challenges while prioritizing user experience and adoption. For this, we must review some of the tasks so we can build our architecture in the future. The study follows the Design Science Research Methodology, or DSRM, framework, which guides the development from problem identification through solution evaluation. The research begins by identifying the core problem. In our case, it's consumers cannot accurately visualize furniture in their spaces using traditional 2D methods, leading to high return rates and poor purchase confidence. This problem establishes the foundation for creating a WebAR artifact as a proposed solution. The DSRM process then progresses through systematic stages. Design and developing the WebAR application artifact, demonstrating its functionality through real user interaction with visual furniture placement, conducting empirical assignment by testing with actual users and collective feedback. This methodology enables continuous iteration between theoretical knowledge, such as understanding spatial visualization challenges and AR capabilities, and practical problem solving, like building a functional WebAR system. With these behavioral conjectures guiding the artifact design and technical findings forming refinements. This cyclical approach ensures the solution addresses both technological feasibility and real-world adoption challenges in furniture retail. The methodology combines technical system development with user experience research built on 3 core principles. First, the system must understand and adapt to real-world environments, including lighting conditions, spatial constraints, and the environmental context for accurate furniture visualization. Second, it analyzes customer interaction patterns, especially references to predict purchase probability and optimize recommendation. And third, the interface dynamically adjusts feature completely based on individual user competencies and consensual requirements. The framework implementation follows 2 main phases. Environmental adoption involves adjusting lighting through physical-based rendering, adopting special constraints via continuous raycasting, performing surface recognition with real-time heat testing, and maintaining stable real-time tracking through WebAR reference spaces. Behavioral prediction and adoption design work in parallel. The system learns special preferences through multimodal interaction tracking while simultaneously assessing devices' capabilities and implementing context-aware UI that adapts interface placement based on environmental conditioning, user movement patterns, and spatial configuration using hybrid frame of reference strategies. Now, let's consider the architecture proposed based on previous research. The system will build on 2 levels. First is the system components. Browser environment with the basic level that provides access to device sensor and OpenGL and JavaScript code. Resource managers are responsible for loading and storing all resources. 3D rendering engine creates a visual image, like building a hierarchy of objects, applies texture and lighting. And AR core and sensors provide sensor data, like our touch, gyroscope of our phone, GPS, camera, and computer vision for marker search or image recognition. The bottom layer is the application layer. Here we encounter user interaction, which manages user interactions through input. Content and assets contains all our content, our 3D objects like models or animations, our media resources for videos and fonts and markers, and type of AR experience for marker-based, markerless, location-based, face tracking, Next, data and service that provides data storage, our local storage and session data, and network functions for IP calls, multiplayer sync, analytics, and cloud anchors, as well as external integration for electronic commerce, social networks, and payment systems. The two layers are connected by data flow between them. System components from upper layer provide the technical foundation for the application layer. For example, resource management loads assets, 3D engine renders them, and then content and assets are displayed to the user. All components interact through the application layer to provide a similar experience. So, during our work, we analyze and create a web architecture that will take into account a feature of the technology problem and user integration. This framework may be used and tested in the future to ensure improvements, quality of use of relevant services, and quickly high-quality consumer response. However, despite all positive of this technology, there are some risks. For example, in our days, it's highly troublesome problem of confidence risk and digital fraud or scams. This allows us to continue our make progress in the topic of augmented reality in order to achieve better results both from a commercial point of view and from a technological point of view. Thank you for your attention.
Maxim, thank you for your presentation. And there is a time for one or two questions. Dear participants, are there any questions to the Maxim, to the current reporter, presenter? Вячеслав Сергійович, будь ласка, please.
Thank you, Maxim, for your presentation. My question is the following. Very shortly, please, what about research issue of your presentation? And such, I would like to explain very briefly main research.
Sorry, it seems that there is a problem of power, centralized power for Maxim, and he's disconnected.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll send him mail.
I think that I realized your question, but I think that yes, the other must provide the answer. I mean that this is interesting, but we will direct it to the other to find the answer. Thank you. Sorry for such kind of situation. Well, so we continue, and the next report is the architecture of radio frequency spectrum monitoring ecosystem with verified data integrity. Are there speakers at the meeting?
Yes.
Did you provide the presentation by yourself?
Yes, see my presentation?
Yes, everything is okay, but you can make it in full screen.
See my full screen?
Yes, everything is okay. Please start your presentation.
Good afternoon. The topic my presentation is architecture of the radio frequency spectrum monitoring ecosystem with verified data integrity. The presentation is given by Yuri Afanasyev. This study addresses the problem of radio frequency spectrum monitoring is in a dense urban environment. The radio frequency spectrum is a limited and critical resources of wireless networks, IoT ecosystem, and smart city services. Operators and regulars need current and reliability measurement data. In improvement requirement is the possible to verify that the called data has not been modified. The goal this study is carried and test a city-wide radio frequency spectrum monitoring system with data integrity control. The hardware layers of the ecosystem is implement as a network of distant radio frequency sensor needs. Each node is based on an ESP32 microcontroller and radio transmitters of the 1278, 1281 families. The node performance segmentic scanning of a selected band and measurement received signal straight indicator of each frequency step. After each scan, the node forms a telemetry packet in JSON format with a timestamp nodes identified, band parameters, and an array of management values. Telemetry is transmitted to the gateway via the MQTT protocol, which simplifies integrative with packet services. Measurement data from sensor nodes are used to build visual representation of the radio frequency spectrum. For the 2.2 and 2.5 band plot show the distances of signal level of the frequency and time. The visualization helps to see which channels are busy and which parts of the band are free. The ecosystem uses a blockchain system to protect the integrity of the measurement data of each telemetry packet. The gateway calculation as hash 126 hash and likes it to the timestamp and the node ID. They recorded in save as a transmission in a constructive blockchain that is used by transmission participants. During verified, the hash recommend from stopped telemetry and combined with the value in the blockchain leads. Calculation. City spectrum is a distribution system for monitoring the radio frequency spectrum in a smart city. Sensor nodes based on ESP32 and LoRa model. Radio scans services bands and send telemetry in JSON format. The backend system stores this data, support streaming and base analytics, and shows the load of the radio frequency spectrum. A blockchain register is used to check that the stored measurement data has not been changed. The present approach can be uploaded for continuous spectrum monitoring and for supporting decisions in smart city communication system. Thank you for attention.
Thank you for your presentation, and it's definitely way too fast. Please, questions to our speaker. Can you reopen the presentation because there are questions? Yuri, is it possible to open the presentation because there are questions to the few slides? Well,
5
if no,
slides?
there was a slide with the entire system. It seems 3. Could you please open slide 3?
Yes.
This is 4. Slide before this slide. Previous one. This slide number 3. I mean, next one. Yes. Could you please say to clarify the current implementation, you use bands of only 3 bands, right?
Yes.
And
this,
extra 2.4 gigahertz, right?
Yes. This.
Yes. The question before the answer. While you are using such bands, what the models allow to do it, because such models are designed for frequency above gigahertz because of the length and size of the built-in antenna, and if so, what the type of amplifier before the antenna you are using to allow such wide band?
This reason, this band 30 radio frequency is 3 bands, and radio models SX family with company Simtech.
It means that they are now presented at this slide, right? So there are such models, right?
Yes.
Okay. Another questions about the powering. There is some middle model to reduce the voltage and stabilize it from the input voltage of lithium cell to the output voltage of 3.3 or 2.8 voltages, depending on the implementation. The question is, this is a static stabilizer that transforms everything to the extra heating, and while it's possible to use the active transformation using the inductivity, did you consider the possibility of using DC-DC transformers for powering of such systems, or it's caused because of the requirements of lowest level of noise on the output, because it's a very sensitive systems? So why did you selected the static stabilizer as a kind of the power chain for such solutions?
Yes. This input USB 5 volts in changed battery power transformed for volts of microcontrollers. Input this solar panel and power USB. Microcontroller is low power
Yes.
sleep.
Thank you. But the question was why you selected exactly static instead of the dynamic. Because of the consideration of the lowering the noise in such radio frequency system, or because it's a cheaper. It's not the question why it's required. It's the question why you select exactly static stabilizer. I think that the proper answer is that the reduce and the introduced noise, because the dynamic use proportional means modulation of some frequencies that can cause the wrong work and operating of the radio frequency models, and this is the reason. Well, so I think that you will be able to continue the study. It's interesting report, and thank you for participation in our conference. Thank you for providing the answers. You can stop the sharing. And we are moving forward to next report. Daria Fedorenko, Georgy Zemlyanko, and Vladimir Pevnev. Model of an intelligent assistant for a university. The report is presented in form of recorded video and will be presented right now.
Greetings. Today I'm presenting the research about model of an intelligent assistant for a university. On this slide, you can see table of contents. Take a look for a second and let's move on. Well, with the rapid growth of smart cities, universities have become not only centers of knowledge, but also vital nodes of digital infrastructure. This makes them increasingly vulnerable to cyber threats, from unauthorized access to research data to attacks on educational services. Existing security frameworks often overlook the specific needs of academia, where the balance between openness and protection is critical. Therefore, there is a pressing need for an intelligent system that not only detects threats in real time, but also addresses the ethical use of AI, ensuring transparency, fairness, and trust. The proposed approach is designed for practical implementation under resource constraints and can serve as a foundation for universal guidelines, digital systems in academic institutions within smart cities. Also, in the context of smart cities, academic institutions face growing cyber threats, ranging from unauthorized access to research data to disruptions of digital learning platforms. Existing security frameworks often fail to address the unique characteristics of academia, where openness and collaboration must coexist with strong data protection. At the same time, the integration of AI into security systems raises additional challenges, including the risks of algorithmic bias, lack of transparency, and insufficient accountability. These issues highlight the urgent need for a security approach that combines technological innovation with ethical governance tailored specifically to the academic environment. On this slide, you can take a look at the main tasks of this research. Here you can see several existing smart campus systems. For example, Portland State University offers a fully urban campus embedded in downtown Portland. Its 44 acres connect students directly to internships, public transit, bike infrastructure, and city life. The campus features sustainable buildings, open green spaces like Urban Plaza, and student centers facilities integrates with the surrounding urban environment. Also, the European Connexus Smart Campus is a virtual education ecosystem linking 9 European universities. It provides a shared digital space for learning and collaboration through Moodle, Pod, and virtual classrooms such as Teams and Big Blue Button. It also includes a career center for job and internship opportunities and a research information system that helps academics find partners and shared infrastructure with the new services like mentoring plans for future expansion. As shown in Figure 1, AI is becoming an essential part of modern education, but it also raises important ethical concerns. To use AI responsibly and effectively, these issues must be carefully examined and addressed. AI offers powerful tools such as personalized learning systems, automated assessments, and even facial recognition-based behavior analysis. While these technologies can greatly enhance student learning, they also introduce challenges related to fairness, transparency, and accountability. Figure 2 illustrates that also AI supports customized learning and student success. It also carries significant ethical risks. Because of this, the education sector must develop clear and unified ethical guidelines. Many organizations have already started creating frameworks to protect students and educators, focusing on issues such as data privacy, algorithmic bias, trust, and security. For example, the European Commission's 2022 guidelines highlight 4 key ethical principles for teachers: human, agency, fairness, humanity, and justified choice, aiming to reduce risks such as gender bias. Overall, the integration of AI in education brings both major opportunities and serious responsibilities. Ensuring ethical, transparent, and fair use of AI is essential for creating a safe and beneficial learning environment for everyone. So, in this project, we present a detailed conceptual diagram of the intelligent assistant. This diagram illustrates how the system is structured, what components it includes, and how these components interact with each other. At the center of the system is the AI assistant core, the main element responsible for receiving user requests, processing them, and directing them to the appropriate models. The users include students, instructors, and administrative staff, and they communicate with the assistant through a web portal, mobile application, chatbot, or voice interface. These interaction channels serve as entry points for all requests. The AI core is connected to a set of specialized models, each responsible for its own functional tasks. To provide access to university data, the system uses an integration layer, which links the assistant model, the student information system, CRM tools, and the university's knowledge base. This allows the system to operate across different platforms and access the necessary information regardless of the underlying system. Another important part of the structure is the campus physical infrastructure, which includes IoT sensors, actuators, climate control systems, energy management components, and security technologies. Sensors continuously transmit information about environment conditions, such as temperature, lighting, humidity, air quality, and occupancy. In response, the system can send commands back to actuators to adjust lighting, regulate temperature, or control equipment. Intelligent video surveillance tools and biometric access mechanism also contribute to campus security. The personalized learning model analyzes a student's academic performance, learning habits, and interests, and then generates tailored recommendations. It interacts with LMS, SIS, and the knowledge base to build a complete profile of the learner. The campus research optimizing model uses IoT data to manage energy and water consumption efficiently and to forecast maintenance needs. This ensures a more sustainable and cost-effective operation of campus facilities. The security and monitoring model analyzes video streams, manages access control, and detects potential cyber threats when unusual or suspicious activity is defined. The system automatically notifies the responsible staff members. The task automation module supports instructors and administrators by automating repetitive processes such as grading, schedule creation, reporting, and communication with students. This is made possible through integration with the university's internal systems. Finally, the research support module assists both students and faculty in their scientific work. It can search for academic literature, summarize publications, generate citations, and perform plagiarism detection. using both internal university resources and external academic databases. Together, these modules form a complete intelligent ecosystem that enhances learning, optimizes campus operations, strengthens security, and contributes to a modern and efficient digital environment for the entire university community. This slide highlights our next steps and directions for future research. First, the future steps. We plan to develop a prototype of the intelligent assistant and launch a test zone to evaluate its performance in real conditions. Then we will prepare detailed software and hardware specifications and create an MVP of the personalized learning model. After that, the system will be integrated with Moodle and the university's platform. Finally, we aim to conduct a large-scale experiment with over 500 users to assess the system's effectiveness. The second part outlines our future research priorities. This includes strengthening protection against quantum and adverse health threats, improving bias detection algorithm, and exploring blockchain to enhance data integrity. We also plan to run long-term studies on the educational impact of AI systems, adapt the framework for different education levels and cultural contexts, and work towards international standards and certification process to support global adoption. In conclusion, our research fills an important gap in security for academic institutions operating within smart city environments. We develop an integrated AI-powered framework that combines strong protection with strict ethical standards. The system brings together AI-driven threat detection, advanced data privacy mechanisms, and ethical governance tools designed specifically for academic infrastructure. It helps prevent unauthorized access to research data while still supporting open and collaborative research. Our evaluations, both technical, such as detection accuracy and response time, and ethical, like transparency and bias reduction, showed strong and consistent performance across different institutions. Thank you for your attention.
Yes. Thank you for this report. And it seems that we are moving to the next speaker. According to the program, the next report is Vyacheslav Oleynik, Vladimir Oleynik, and Alexander Zinchenko. Increasing the efficiency of the process of charging batteries for power and technical equipment. Of the speakers presented, there was the author in our meeting, but also we have the possibility to show the report, and let's provide the possibility like others to do.
We welcome all conference participants. We would like to present to your attention a presentation of the work on the topic increasing the efficiency of the process of charging batteries for power and technical equipment. Relevance of the work. In modern practice of charging batteries, there are situations in which it is impossible to reliably determine the type, condition, and parameters of batteries. Such problems often arise when assembling, repairing, testing drone equipment in difficult military conditions. There are common cases when an unskilled user makes a mistake in determining the type of battery. The wrong choice of charging mode affects the battery's performance and the functioning of the entire technical device. This work is aimed at the problem of developing such devices and individual algorithm for their operation. Ways for solving this problem. One of the directions for solving this problem is the creation of a specialized charger. This device is able to identify the type of connected battery, determine its suitability for use, carry out charging cycles using objective criteria for terminating or continuing the process of restoring the charge capacity of rechargeable batteries. Currently, lead-acid batteries, alkaline nickel-cadmium and nickel metal hydride batteries are widely used in technology, but due to their unique characteristics, mass energy density, lithium-ion batteries come to the fore. The main technical characteristics of typical Li-ion batteries shown on the first slide. Determination of the functional state of the battery. The main task when checking the condition of any battery is to determine the available charge capacity, the ability to provide power to the technical device for the required time. To automate the battery testing process, an electronic load, EL, is usually used. Such a load can be controlled directly by a microcontroller, and the control load will be powerful field effect transistors, or IGBTs. A typical electronic load circuit is shown on the fifth slide. To determine the degree of battery charge and the criteria for terminating charging, the following are considered: charging time, battery voltage, voltage drop, charging current drop, battery temperature rise rate, the difference in battery temperature and ambient temperature, and zero voltage increase. It is proposed to adopt the voltage decay rate criterion du dt is less than zero as the main criterion for stopping charging upon reaching the nominal battery charge capacity, and as backup criteria the value of the current voltage at the battery terminals and the case temperature. Choosing the optimal battery charging mode after determining its functional state is an important condition for further operation of the technical means. The basic charging modes are charging with stabilized current and charging with stabilized voltage. The advantages and disadvantages of these modes are given on the seventh slide. Two-state charging. This mode is aimed at using the advantage of the considered modes and achieving maximum charge capacity. Battery charging occurs in two stages. The first stage is charging with a stabilized current, I. The second stage is charging with a stabilized voltage, U. Figure 1 shows a simplified structural diagram of such a charger, and Figure 2 shows graphs of charging current and voltage on the battery, as shown on slide 8. Conclusion. Increasing the efficiency of battery charging will help to extend the capacity and the operational life of batteries. 1. It is proposed to accept as the main criterion for terminating charging, upon reaching the nominal battery charge capacity, the change in the sign of the voltage rate at the battery terminals from positive to negative. As backup criteria, the value of the current voltage and case temperature. 2. It is proposed to use a two-stage charging mode for all types of batteries. The first stage, charging with a stabilized current, allows you to relatively quickly gain the main battery capacity without bringing the electrolyte to boiling. The second stage, charging with a stabilized voltage, provides maximum charge. This charging algorithm minimizes the degradation process, eliminates overcharging, and allows you to charge the battery to full capacity. 3. As a payment for quality, a slightly longer charging time and a higher cost of the charger should be included. Thank you for your attention.
thank you for providing of results of the study. The topic is on demand, and definitely it's an interesting direction, and it would be interesting to ask the authors about the possibility actually to perform the charging using some combined ideas where the constant voltage mode can be applied before the level of starting of CC mode, end of CC mode, for allow the constant maintaining of some voltage level above the maximum voltage to extend the life cycle of such cells, lithium cells. But I hope that it will be possibility to discuss it with others, maybe in next conferences and so on. And we moving to another report. This is Denise Onishuk. And co-authors with the report Development of Digital Color Measurement Sensor. Other speakers from our authors presented at the meeting. It seems that no. So we're moving forward. The next report is Evgeny Konarsky, Alexander Orekhov, Vyacheslav Harchenko, and Anastasia Stadnik. And maybe the speaker can introduce the results before the starting of providing of actually showing the current presentation.
Good day, dear colleagues. I'm Evgeny Konarsky, and I'm glad to present you our results of this research, a UV-GV-based system of unexploded ordnance detection architecture and augmented reality interface. Can I share the screen, or we can see the record?
It will be right now.
Good day, dear colleagues. My name is Evgeny Konarsky, and I'm glad to present you our work, UAV-GV-based system of unexploded ordnance detection architecture and augmented reality interface. Let's start with the motivation for the study. It's well known that most of Ukraine's territory is covered with unexploded ordnance. Sometimes of ordnance in a forested area can cause fire after detonation. In turn, wildfire can cause ordnance detonation and for spread fire. This creates a link between the tasks of detecting unexploded ordnance and detection of wildfire hotspots. To effectively solve these problems, it's available to use modern technologies, including monitoring systems with unmanned aerial and ground drones, artificial intelligence, and augmented reality. To find out if these tasks can be performed using a unified system, I propose to compare the method of monitoring hazardous area used to detect unexploded ordnance and fire hotspots. This method includes optical detection, thermography, lidar scanning, magnetometry, and ground penetration radar scanning. As can be seen from the table, 3 of 5 methods can be used to perform of both tasks, so it should be possible to combine them within one monitoring systems. The system architecture consists of the following components. First, it's a swarm of UAV and UGV, a swarm on drones, control station, control center, relay stations, the mining squad, and servers and databases, and satellites. Among them, 3 main one can be highlighted apart from drones. The first is a control station located in close proximity to monitored area and serving as a local control point. It is staffed by technical personnel responsible for servicing the unmanned systems, and drone operators who's responsible for the stable operation of drones, work with remote controls, receive and analyze video streams in real time, and adjust flight trajectories based on new data. Augmented or extended reality glasses are used in the control process, which will be described in the following slides. The control center is the main analytical hub of the system. The center staff is responsible for managing the entire operation, monitoring the status of drones, and analyzing incoming data for the quick decisions. The data coming to the server from the drones via the control station is used for analysis. The server also possessed the data received from the drones, compare maps of the areas with the information received from drones, and generate maps with augmented reality object of unexploded ordnance and possible wildfire points for the demining squad. All the information received is stored in databases for future use. The demining unit operates in the observation zone. Their task is to eliminate detected unexploded ordnance and potential wildfire points. In general, this is very dangerous and time-consuming work, but thanks to XR glasses, it is possible to obtain extremely important information that should increase the level of safety. Communication between the operator and the control station, the demining squad, and the swarms of drones is carried out via the network of relay stations that provide connections coverage for the entire monitoring area. The satellites network is used here to enable GPS navigation and can be used as a backup channel for data transmission and drone control in a critical situation. The presentation has already focused on the use of augmented reality by the demining team, but at this stage of the work, this aspect of system has not yet been implemented. Instead, I propose an option for implementing an augmented reality interface for operators of drones. The figure shows out a proposal for an interface for controlling both ground-based and aerial drones. And the interface is split into a few screens, each with a specific purpose. As you can see, it's divided into a few windows, the main central one and a few extra ones. This is done to categorize the element of interface into different groups and based on their function. The central window of the interface serves as the main display that operator of drones used to view the video streams from UAV and UGVs. In addition to the image from the drones, screen display controls such as a compass for the tracking direction and movement and indicator of the video camera angle. There are no others controls on the screen to reduce distractions, increase operator concentration, and maximize human area size. The window on the left side is used to observe other drones in the system and to quickly switch between them. This is only element in the interface that allow interaction. When you tap on some drones from the list, you can switch to them and control them. This interaction mechanism is decided to speed up switching between different types of vehicles and drones themselves. And to the right of the main windows are drones instrument panel window and window displaying a map of planet route. The instrument panel windows show the operators the necessary information about the technical condition of the controlled UAV or UGV drones, speed, altitude, operation time, special position, etc. These controls are placed in a separate window to free up as much space on the main screen as possible. In conclusion, the main contribution of the study is development of UAV, UGV-based monitoring system architecture that can combine tasks of detecting unexploded ordnance and potential forest wildfire hotspots. The integration of augmented reality technology is aimed to significantly improve the usability of the system for unmanned aerial vehicles operators. And for future, we plan to focus on improving the system structure, developing interface for the mining team, and expanding the capabilities of human-machine interaction. Another important task is to evaluate and ensure the quality of interfaces with built-in augmented reality elements. Thanks all for your attention. Please, if you have any question, you can contact me with email on your screen. That's all for now for me. Have a nice day, dear colleagues.
Thank you for providing the results of the study. And please questions to authors of this report. And I think that Evgeny waiting to, and not only waiting the possibility to answer for the questions. So questions, please. Andrei, I can provide your question, or others can read it. Oh, okay. Thank you for your wonderful presentation. As I understood it, the operator's main task will be to monitor the performance of the AI. Could you please clarify whether manual control will be available in case of non-standard or emergency situations?
Thank you for your questions. Yes, mainly system swarm roles will be in auto mode, but we of course now how this we wait that system also we have both an auto mode and manual mode, and we already work about Markov model of availability to how is it, to see how it will be work in both modes, how operator mistake influence on system. Is system switch to error mode or mission is fail in this situation? We already had work on conference DAX this year, and we read that a paper from DAX about model of availability will be in public access soon. So yes, task of operators in this system, it's not only monitor of working in just auto mode, but in emergency situation, they have to do something. Am I answered for your question? Or maybe I was not very understandable. Error.
And we
Yes, error
appreciate
mode should
Thank you
sound.
for your answer. Error mode sounds really helpful in such cases. So it would be predicted within the such project. Any questions to others? It seems like no. Evgeny, thank you for the providing the answers and the report itself. And I hope that the study will be continued. Thank you.
Thank you for your attention, dear colleagues.
Yes, and thank you for the presentation. And we are moving forward. The next report, according to our program, is development of software simulator for your mobility, a tool for analyzing and improving the efficiency of network communications. The author, Kirill Leichenko. Kirill?
Hello everyone. I can do it in live versions, but I have some builder noise. I apologize for that.
Everything is okay. I think that it's best option. I mean, to provide your results.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I will try.
Or we can represent it in video variant, and then we provide the answers. What's the best option?
Seems if you recorded my video, you can save for our colleagues.
Okay. So please say a few words before that, and then we will start.
Could you repeat, please? I'm so sorry.
I think that we can start. Okay.
Okay. Could you share my? Okay, thank you. Hello everyone. Today I will present my actual results regarding this title, and the main goals is introduce the result for creating open software for investigate mobility models for UAV swarm. So let's start and we'll see the contents. And there is no much time for the presentation, so the data will be presented in some summary form. You can see all the details in the publication. So the rapid explanation of coordinates UAV swarm requires a reliable network, but their higher mobility creates dynamic and challenging network topology. Therefore, due to the high cost of field testing, modeling and simulation serve as the essential method for optimizing these complex wireless communication systems. A sufficient number of publications were analyzed. Many solutions have been already presented, such as MATLAB and Omnit++. However, these solutions have limitations in terms of control and possible licensing issues. So, the main objectives are presented on the slide. The main objective at this stage is develop software capable of modeling UAV movements using integrated mobility models and constructing coverage connections in a 3D plane. To isolate the impact of mobility on network dynamics, it was utilized key simplifying assumptions regarding the environment, communication, and throughput. Especially, I modeled an idealized environment and assumed independent mobility for all UAVs with a fixed communication range and constant throughput. So, the random waypoint model is defined by three phases. The UAV select a random destination, moves the straight line at constant speed, and then observes a pause. This fundamental benchmark model repeats the cycle, offering a simple way to simulate movement patterns for network analyzing. The random direction model involves the UAV selecting direction, ranger, then point, moving continuously at constant speed until it reaches the simulation boundary, where it reflects to maintain uniform area coverage. And the more realistic Gauss-Markov model updates the UAV speed and direction at every step by considering its previous stage and incorporating Gaussian distributed noise, giving the movement momentum and making it less erratic than random models. So, to evaluate network performance, it uses three primary metrics. First, it calculates latency, which is the time required to transmit data packet. Second, it introduces the battery penalty metric. And finally, all these factors are combined into the overall pass score. It's sum of latency, battery penalty, and the number of hops. So, moving on the results, this simulator is built on strong modular principle, as shown in this package diagram. 5 main components are designed for a clear division of tasks. The core cooperation is the simulation cycle loop, where the UAV swarm updates position and the simulator updates network topology to find and evaluate all communication paths. And note that the optimal path is selected by minimizing the path score before recording performance metric and repeating the cycle. On this slide, we can see the program interface. All components involved in modulating are clearly displayed here. You can also see the fundamental constant used to set up experiments. The software can generate a coverage map visualization for any step projecting network reach onto the XY plane, but this map is still under development and intended solely for future research, and its results are not included in the analysis presented today. It comprises an experiment analyzed average latency and network coverage for all these models across scenarios involving 10 to 25 UAVs over 20 simulation steps. And the result consistently proves that the Gauss-Markov model is superior, maintaining lower average latency and achieving the most stable and highest network coverage. Based on the comparative data, the Gauss-Markov model proved optimal for stability, maintaining the lowest latency and highest coverage, even in dense network. And conversely, the random waypoint offered a less stable result, and random direction showed high variability in both latency and coverage, making it unsuitable for critical communication tasks. So, future work focus on moving to a realistic environment by incorporating 3D terrain, channel dynamics, and cooperative mobility to model independent swarm behavior, and developing adaptive protocols for energy efficiently. After obtaining all necessary results, the software will be openly shared under the MIT or GPL license in GitHub repository. So, thank you for your attention. I am happy to answer any questions regarding software simulation for UAV swarm mobility, and my contact details are available on the screen. So I can share the presentation for convenient. Give me 1 second.
Вячеслав Сергійович, будь ласка, please, your question to Kirill.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Kirill, for interesting presentation. My question is the first. You thought about Wi-Fi communication technology or Wi-Fi plus Wi-Fi mixed approach? Which kind of communication is provided by UAV?
Understood. Thank you for your questions. For now, it's only a radio channel. It's not a protocol. It's not a Wi-Fi, not a Wi-Fi. It's only a radio protocol. We talking about the protocol in the next stage.
And according with your model, we taken into account influence of different obstacles. I mean, destroyed building and so on for level of radio signal. Yes.
Could you please rephrase your?
I mean, if you talk about radio signal, influence of mechanical obstacles on stability of transmission is different in comparing, for example, Wi-Fi or other kind of signal. Hence, how you take into account and take you into account such mechanical obstacle, I mean, destroyed buildings and so on.
Seems I understood the questions. for now, simulation works on the clearly environment and simplify environment. So for now, logic is the. Give me 1 second. I can get the screen. Yeah.
Yes. This.
So if we have obstacle between 2 points, we do not set the connection. For now, it's very simplified. If we have obstacle, we get another target. We can avoid obstacle with with the additional point, but for this stage is very simplified for the program. I mean, we should use the previously work. For example, it's rectangle method or control waterfall for this, for avoiding the obstacle. Can I cover the question?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Few more questions, please, because the report is too interesting. If no, I have a question. While you talking that there is some generalized method of obtaining the input variance, it was based on the random generator. And did you consider the influence of the probability distributions of this generator on the results and influence of the selection of the distributions for possible different variants?
Seems I don't correct understand. Could you please rephrase your questions?
I mean that while you're using some kind of generation as the input variant of forming of anything, it's possible to use the generators with a different probability distribution that can create the completely different results on the output. And the question is, did you consider different distributions within such model?
Okay, thank for your questions. For now, this step is also a little bit simplified. For UAV, for ground station, for obstacles, I use the static coordinates, but for mobility models, I use the random ways, random points, and random ways, random points. And regarding the distribution, it's seems it's done for now. For the next stage, I plan to introduce some generators for creating some dynamic obstacles, for creating some environmental parameters. It's weather, it's transparency obstacles, and that's all for now. I hope I covered your question.
Yes, I think that yes. But Vyacheslav Sergeyevich, there is a raised hand. Is it left from the previous question, or there is a second question to Kirill?
I think it's for the previous question.
Okay. Yes, it's clear. Kirill, thank you for your presentation and providing the answers. It's pretty interesting. And you can stop the presentation. And thank you for participation.
Thank for your attention. Дякую.
1 second. Look, there is a request to out of order presentation according to the timetable, and I think that it's possible to provide such possibility if no reasons to do not it. Natalia, please, you can provide your presentation if you have the enough experience to do it, or you can perform. It's better to perform the presentation with a normal process. So we invite to present out of order the following speakers: Natalia Savchenko, Oksana Davgalyuk, and Andriy Tretyak, with the topic Hybrid Energy Efficient Street Lighting Complex for Smart City.
Good day.
Good day. My presentation Hybrid Energy Efficient Street Light Complex for Smart City. Alternative energy has already taken its place of honor in the global energy industry. The development of autonomous power supply systems is currently one of the main directions in the construction of modern energy systems. But energy and environmental crisis encourage further research on autonomous mobility and the hybridization of energy installation and energy systems. The performance analysis of electricity consumers makes it possible to conclude that street light covers a fairly significant segment in the total consumption of electricity. Also, it should be not the appearance of each city of small settlement is primarily determined by the state of public works facilities, namely the development of the street light network. This slide presents of a light complex with a hybrid wind solar energy source. This installation is an improvement of autonomous light complex which are currently used in light electrical networks, but in characteristics by higher values of efficiency and reliability, as well as the ability to adapt the actual indicators of changing operating conditions. System structure: 1. Rotor type wind turbine. 2. Thin film photovoltaic panels. 3. LED light. 4. Lighting pole. 5. Observation window. 6. Intelligent control system. 7. Box with batteries. The electrical energy from the rotary wind turbine 1 and a group of solar panels 2 located on the wind turbine is supplied to the controller 4. The MPPT type controller 4 allows the most efficient use of the full power of the solar panel by monitoring the maximum power generated by solar panel and the charge stage of the battery pack 5. Normally, their change maintains it, and on this basis determines how much current should be supplied to the batteries. The LED luminaires are powered by the battery's PID. The switch on time is determined by an integrated 12 sensors light sensor. The light system can also be controlled remotely via GSM communication 6. Modification of the light system are aimed at increasing the light area and have two directions. 1. In the design of the light complex, placement of several can be implanted lamps on the support from 1 to 4 pieces, which are selected according to the light requirements. 2. The height of installation of lamps can be adjusted according to the required range of illumination of the territory. The proposed light complex with a hybrid power source has a number of features make in the competitive in comparison with similar structure built with wind solar energy source namely. 1. Thin film photo models are used which compared to other types of panels have the high efficiency light weight. 2. The arrangement of thin film photo models on the table of the upper part of the wind generator and the optimal angle for the area where the complex is installed and constant cooling by wind currents during the rotation of the rotary wind generation increases the energy efficiency. The design of the wind rotors is also energy efficient due to the use of two types of blades in addition. It does not require wind direction device at all. The design of the hybrid energy source has increased stability as it actually stabilizes itself when rotating around the axis. The complex has an aesthetic and futuristic appearance which make it possible use both in the park area and for lighting various types of objects. This slide presents technical characteristics of the light complex equipment. Next slide, characteristics of the light complex equipment. Conclusion. This is a design of a hybrid autonomous street light complex based on alternative energy source and the latest technologies of electricity storage, the energy efficiency of which depends firstly on the design features and the technical parameters of the selected equipment and secondarily on the automation of electricity distribution process in the complex, as well as on the climatic conditions of the location. The implementation of the complex is justified and relevant today due to its autonomy, environmental friendliness, aesthetic, and the ability to unload the general power grid. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for providing of the presentation. Actually, I have a question because a few years monitoring of your works, of your studies, because it fit my scope of research, and could you provide the answer for the question why you are using the transferring of energy from all sources, solar panels, charging, and wind, to some internal high voltage representation before the charging of accumulators? Dear Natalia, could you please provide the answer? Is it possible? I can put down
I
the
don't speak English well.
provide the answer as it's comfortable for you. Чи ви зрозуміли питання? Чому ви перетворюєте всі джерела від панелі вітру та станції заряду до внутрішнього представлення так, що спочатку виконується перетворення, а потім лише від цього виконується заряджання акумуляторів?
Перетворення я просто не зможу на англійській сказати.
Кажіть, як є, тому що питання дійсно цікаве.
Ну, трішечки не зрозуміло, чому спочатку перетворення. Перетворення, тут сама установка, вона використовується як вітросонячна, як автономна. І, відповідно, вона заряджає акумулятори, а акумулятори потім, уже коли немає, наприклад, сонячного світла, вони тоді живлять наші ліхтарики.
Ну, дивіться, була можливість подивитися інші ваші публікації минулих років і поточно також. І там є внутрішня система, тобто збільшення напруги від всіх джерел до того, як вона буде подана на акумулятори. Тобто внутрішнє розподілення. І питання саме про це. Тобто, чому обрано такий спосіб заряджання акумуляторів?
Ну, того, що тут акумулятори можна підібрати такої ж потужності, як ті ж самі сонячні електростанції, і немає сенсу збільшувати в даному випадку.
Ні. Питання про те, чому виконується перетворення. Навіщо цей крок доданий до такої моделі? Вона дійсно футуристична і виглядає так, але там ось є всередині така частина системи, яка перетворює від всіх джерел живлення до, власне, внутрішнього представлення, тобто збільшеної напруги, яка подається до заряджання.
Тобто у вас питання, навіщо два джерела, і ми їх приводимо...
Ні. Навіщо внутрішнє перетворення до того, як подається від всіх джерел на блок заряджання акумуляторів? Тобто, чому обрано внутрішнє перетворення?
Внутрішнє перетворення в даному випадку, я зрозуміла, що ви питаєте, внутрішнє перетворення в цьому випадку робиться для того, щоб на акумулятор поступала напруга стабільна, саме така, яка відповідає нашому акумулятору.
Все, є розуміння. Зараз все зійшлося. Чудово. Thank you for the providing answers and presentation. It's really interesting, and thank you for participation in our conference. And it's a pleasure to hear such interesting reports also. And such reports are on demand for the moment. And thank you for such studies. Well, and we moving forward. We continue our work according to the timetable of the program. And next report will be done with me and co-author, and it will be as a recorded video with the implementation of microcontroller-based thermostat with hysteresis function, and there is the implementation practical of such system for gas boiler, and I will answer the question after the provided video.
Implementation of microcontroller-based thermostat with hysteresis function for home gas boiler. Motivation of study. Temperature control in rooms is important for comfort and efficient heating. Thermostat perform a key function in temperature regulation, provide the necessary level of heat in the room, allow you to save resource, in particular natural gas. Modern use of gas boiler requires efficient and relation heating control. The purpose of this work is to perform research, analysis, and to create own thermostat solution for controllable wall-mounted gas boilers. Tasks to be solved are analysis of technologies and solutions for building a thermostat, creation of a gas boiler control system, prototyping of circuit for a gas boiler control system, practical improvement of created system. Line shows cheaper thermostats that have less functionality, various programmable operation mode, night and day modes, daily programming, weekly programming, and other boiler control function. This slide shows a more expensive thermostat that has more expensive thermostat, Nest Lorien thermostat, that has user behavior training, voice assistant, remote access, and other. This slide presents a comparative table of presented thermostat models. Analysis result and shortcomings of exciting solutions. Based on the result of analysis of exciting thermostat models and the feedback from users of such thermostats, we can say a large set of functions is unnecessary for most users. Users want to get the cheapest possible device with basic functions. Set the room temperature and the system automatically maintains the set room temperature. Make the device cheaper and more accessible. The main elements of the circuit is the STM32 microcontroller. Temperature control is done using hysteresis. The algorithm is presented on this slide. Implementation of embedded program for microcontrollers. The GNU toolkit and C programming language were used to write the embedded program. The graphical user interface is built on the LCD display. Parameters of created system. The created thermostat controls the gas boiler depending on the temperature assigned by the user and the temperature information from the sensor. Uses hysteresis, the maximum and minimum user set temperature value 1 degree Celsius and 36 degree Celsius respectively. The display shows information about the system status at minimum. The system is controlled using buttons. An electrical schematic diagram of the device has been created. Software designed to run on the microcontroller has been created. The circuit for power supply has been created. The system was tested using functional testing. The thermostat is assembled by surface mounting on breadboards. The relay outputs are connected to the wall-mounted gas boiler control board. We turn on the system. On the display, you can see the temperature value set by the user and the temperature value read from the sensor. The user reduces the set temperature value and demonstrates that the wall-mounted gas boiler is turned on. The user increases the set temperature value and demonstrates that the wall-mounted gas boiler is turned off. In this video, other functions of thermostat are demonstrated. You can see the full video later. The main conclusions of the work performed are presented. During the implementation of this project, review of thermostat in different price categories from budget to premium. The parameter of various microcontrollers was studied. STM32 and AVR were defined as the best options. Types of temperature sensors are reviewed and recommendations are provided for choosing the most accurate and reliable sensors. The types of displays for displaying information were analyzed. A balance has been established between cost, energy consumption, functionality, and ease for use. Based on the analysis, a list of requirements for the future hardware implementation of the thermostat was formed. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you for possibility of providing of the results. Actually, as a co-author, I'm ready and I will be happy to actually answer the question, because not all details are provided here, but this video within the presentation shows the practical implementation of such boiler control system with hysteresis. And questions, please. Well, so Дмитро Дмитрович, будь ласка, sorry, please. The question.
Yep. Excuse me. I didn't unmute myself. Yep. Question is about percentage of economy in gas consumption. Maybe such assessments.
Yes, it was created. Actually, the system was created initially as a practical application. I mean, the continuous study was done based on the initial practical requirement to reduce the costs during the work of such wall-mounted gas boiler. And after the introducing of such control system, the average consumption was reduced, and it depends. It seems that it depends on the time of the year, but we calculated with co-author, and it was some range from near 10 to 27%. So it's a lot. But again, it depends on the time of the year.
And also, the other benefit is the cost of such device, yeah?
This is two simple components. I mean that the price of the entire system more than in 10 or 15 times less than the price of the ready device for such kind of control. And actually, based on this research, we hope that this project, or to make this project reproducible, to allow the sharing of the open source solution and instructions for creation, to actually provide the possibility of anyone who want to build such system to reproduce it and actually program according to the proposed hysteresis model and use for practical control of such boilers.
Thank you for your answers. Really interesting and motivating news.
Thank you for questions. Well, we moving forward, and the next speaker is Andrei Litvinov and Alexander Godunov.
Yes, let me share a screen, please. We have a recording.
Please.
One moment. I hope you can see it and then hear it.
Yeah, we can see it.
Good day, everyone. My name is Andrei Litvinov, and I'm here on behalf of my colleague Alexander Godunov from the National Aerospace University Harьків Aviation Institute, and today we're excited to present our research on IE bots' impact on web server load level and methods of filtering spam requests. Here you can see the content of our presentation, so let's not waste time and continue. Today, more than half of internet traffic is generated by bots. While some of them are harmless or even useful, such as Googlebot, a very large portion is unwanted. This includes scrappers, scanners, spam bots, and many others that constantly hit websites without providing any value. According to Imperva's global statistic, around 31% of traffic is bot-driven, and roughly 2/3 of that is classified as bad bots. But on large high-traffic websites, this percentage can rise even higher, sometimes up to 90 or 95%, if no filtering is applied. This activity creates technical load on servers, bot consumes CPU time, bandwidth, and memory, slowing down the system and affecting real users. Our work focuses exactly on this issue. The objective of our research is straightforward, is to analyze the impact of this automated bot traffic on web servers and reduce its negative effects. At the same time, we must maintain normal access for legitimate users and for trusted identifiable bots. Our main goal is to create an effective filtering approach that reduces the server load while keeping the website fully functional. To achieve this, we define several tasks. First, we classify all incoming traffic based on its origin and behavior: human, good bot, suspicious bot, and so on. Then we identify which types of automated traffic can be restricted without harming the website. Next, we design a software model that filters bot requests based on two key factors. First, whether the bot is trustworthy, and second is whether the requested URL is actually intended for indexing. And finally, we evaluate how effective this model is under real operational conditions. Modern bot traffic is difficult to handle for several reasons. Bots often pretend to be real users, they copy user agent strings from browsers, and in many cases, filtering by IP simply doesn't work. Large botnets use thousands of IPs, creating low-frequency distributed requests that are hard to detect individually, but produce significant cumulative load. Another important challenge is that many bots ignore robots.txt and crawl pages that should not be accessed. For example, technical pages, filter combination, and service endpoints. All of this increases the pressure on the server and complicates the task of distributing good traffic from harmful or useless traffic. To deal with this, we divide traffic into several categories. The first category is real human visitors. These are obviously must always have access to the site. Second, we have well-known bots with verified identities, such as search engines. Their IP ranges and behavior patterns are documented, so they can be safely allowed. Next, we have bots that claim to be something, for example, Googlebot, but come with suspicious or unverified IP ranges. Then there are hidden bots, which provide almost no identification. And finally, we deal with distributed bots, large networks consolidating IPs with very little or no identity at all. Each of these categories requires a different filtering strategy. A crucial part of our method is separating URLs into two major types. Public URLs are the normal pages of the website that can be indexed and should be accessible to the user and trusted bots. Technical or non-public URLs include dynamic filters, service URLs, and pages marked as no index. Many large websites can generate thousands or even millions of unique technical combinations. For example, filter product pages. These URLs are not intended for indexing, and accessing them creates unnecessary load. Therefore, they become a key target for bot filtering. Based on the analysis, we proposed a simple but effective filtering algorithm. When the server receives a request, it performs two checks. First, we analyze the request and determine whether it's likely coming from a bot. This includes checking the user agent, the referrer, the frequency of requests from the same IP, and other behavioral indicators. Second, we determine whether the requested page is public or non-public. This is done by assigning a no-index flag to URLs. Finally, we combine these signals. If the request is from a bot and the URL is marked as non-public, the server immediately returns a 403 forbidden response, and the response body is empty, so the server does not waste resources rendering the page. This simple logic already produces a strong filtering effect. We implemented this algorithm in a filtering model that can be integrated into existing web server. The model identifies whether a URL is intended for indexing by analyzing its pattern. If a bot, especially unknown or untrusted one, requests a technical page, the model blocks it right away. Human visitors and trusted bots continue to access all allowed content normally. It's important to note that this approach does not affect SEO because the blocked pages were not meant to be indexed in the first place. We tested the model in real operation conditions. The results were significant. Around 30% of all incoming traffic turned out to be unwanted bot activity. By blocking it, we were able to reduce the server load by approximately 30 to 50%. This also improved the average response time of the website and reduced CPU and memory usage. Importantly, we did not observe any negative effect on the user experience or search engine visibility. The difference is clearly noticeable. With bot filtering, the CPU load drops significantly, which makes the server more stable and responsive under peak traffic. To summarize the results, the traffic segmentation allowed us to isolate unnecessary bot activity. Even a simple rule-based filtering logic produced substantial performance gains. The model is lightweight and easy to integrate into existing infrastructure. It's suitable for real-world deployment and can be scaled or extended for more complex scenarios. In conclusion, unwanted bot traffic is a major challenge for modern web infrastructure. Smart, targeted filtering is essential for maintaining performance and protecting server resources. Our solution demonstrates that even a relatively simple approach can reduce server stress dramatically without any downsides. Looking ahead, our future work will focus on implementing CAPTCHA and human verification layers, and another place for improvement is to increase compatibility with websites that don't use PHP or SMS. Thanks for your attention. If you have any question, please feel free to ask.
Thank you, Andrei. Dmitro Dmitrovich, question, please.
Yep, my question. Thank you for presentation. Interesting. Thank you. One more time. So my question is about, did you implement some analog of intrusion prevention system with custom rules for filtering bots or something else?
Sorry, I can't completely answer this question because I wasn't the one responsible for developing the test model, but if I understand correctly, we have pages with specific filter that is specified as no index flag, and we verify which pages are receiving the request. If, for example, it's no index pages, they immediately block this request because they shouldn't be indexed in the first place, and they block every request by bots on this page.
Okay, it's enough for me. And maybe more detailed about a response with 403 or 404. I don't know how it implemented. Maybe just drop the requests because responses eat some power from your system.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We already respond with empty response body to avoid unnecessary content generation, but I think it's even better approach.
Okay, that's all from my side. Thank you. One more.
Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you. More questions, please. No, thank you, Andrei. And we move forward to the next report. Dmitry Uzun and Artyom Tetsky, development, implementation, and prospects of gamification technology framework in the field of cybersecurity using the CTF VM environment.
such topic as development, implementation, and prospects of gamification framework in the field of cybersecurity using the Capture the Flag virtual machine environment. Today, I will briefly introduce the motivation behind our work, the structure of proposed framework, and the example of its practical implementation. The motivation that stands behind our research consists of two main points. First, the cybersecurity area has experienced exponential growth in research, threats, and required competencies. And second, a key challenge highlighted by researchers and practitioners is the persistent gap between theoretical cybersecurity knowledge and real practical skills. As a result of our research on gamification implementing in cybersecurity education, we identified the following key findings. Gamification significantly increased students' engagement, motivation, and learning retention. Cyber ranges and virtual machine-based training environments allow students to safely practice offensive and defensive techniques without risking real system, and several more, but several studies highlight that also gamification improves interest. It doesn't always guarantee flow or measurable learning outcomes unless systematically designed. So the idea of responding to modern challenges, considering the key features of gamification, became the start point for developing a gamification framework in cybersecurity using CTF virtual machines. At the top of schema, you could see found challenges, and at the bottom, key features. So developed framework bridges the gap between them. The following resources and tools are assembled together to provide possibility of framework development. So we use virtualization tools. In our case, it's VirtualBox, Linux OS for offensive security, such as Kali Linux or Parrot OS, virtual machine with Capture the Flag features were taken from vulnhub.com, also used Open Web Application Security Project resource, also MITRE ATT&CK as de facto standard in the field of modeling attack tactics and techniques. For creating documentation, we used Markdown format. For saving and creating documentation locally was used Git. As remote service with version control system was used GitHub. For creating documentation, we used Visual Studio Code Editor. And for creating appropriate learning materials, were used Learning Management System model. Passing the given CTF VM, found vulnerabilities could be represented in formal type in the following table. This formal view allows us to map found vulnerabilities on well-known resources such as OWASP Top 10 and MITRE ATT&CK. So next step to prepare mapping of found vulnerabilities to Open Web Application Security Project Top 10. The value of this step is to give students clear vision how to find vulnerabilities correlate with the world-known de facto standards. So for example, such vulnerability as leakage data via file robots.txt could correlate with AO1 broken access control, which is item of OWASP Top 10. And for example, also outdated software vulnerability could correlate with AO6 item in OWASP Top 10, like vulnerable and outdated components, and so on. After the previous step, we have to prepare mapping of found vulnerabilities to MITRE ATT&CK matrix. Main idea of this step was to set up correlation between found vulnerabilities and real-life attack scenarios that combined in MITRE attack metrics and could give more detailed information on attack vector. So already known vulnerabilities, for example, connected with robots with file robots.txt could be accessed by web content discovery or data exposure, and it correlates with identifiers from MITRE attack metrics with two techniques: gather victim identity information, file and directory discovery, and unsecured credentials. And for example, the same thing as vulnerability with kernel exploit, as you could see. So action connected with privilege escalation via vulnerability and correlation with MITRE attack technique, exploitation for privilege escalation, and others. As a result, the proposed gamification framework could enhance cybersecurity education in different ways. For the first, integrating CTF-based virtual machines with recognized standards. Also, mapping practical student activities to MITRE attack and WASP classification. Providing transparent and systematic skill evaluation. Enabling automated Moodle-based assessment resistant to AI cheating. Ensuring reusable and unified Markdown-based training materials. Collecting representative statistics after developing a series of CTF virtual machines aligned with cybersecurity study programs. And of course, last but not least, reducing implementation costs by using open source technologies and tools such as VirtualBox, Markdown format, Moodle Learning Management System, GitHub, etc. So as a result, we could obtain an educational model that is engaging, practical, standardized, and aligned with real-world cybersecurity operation. Thank you for your attention. I'll be glad to answer your questions.
Thank you for providing the results of the study and for the presentation. And questions, please. Mr. Sergeyevich, please, question.
Thank you, Dmitry Dmitrovich, for very interesting presentation and the perspective workers. I think my question is maybe will be difficult to answer because such question I can address to myself as well because application gamification approach for education and for education in real cybersecurity as well as very difficult task. My question is the following: how you think? What about assessing of effectiveness application gamification approach for cybersecurity education? How we can measure this effect? In this case, we need to apply to provide a few experience with participants and so on. Hence, it is a question which is traditional for any educational and training system. Thank you.
Thank you, Vyacheslav Sergeyevich, for question. And what could I say? You are quite right, because only after several cycles of such study, we could use gained statistic to make assessment for percentage of effectiveness or not effectiveness of such approach. And of course, this is just a part of global picture for implementing such gamification framework, because as you could see, we just analyzed several challenges and propose several key findings. And framework is just a mechanism to transform or create some accordings between challenges and findings or results in our case. That's why, one more time, you are quite right, and it should be implemented after that several cycles of study, and only after that we could gain such statistics that could approve, that could confirm our our proposed framework effectiveness. That's it.
Thank you very much. I am absolutely agree with such approach and understand all the difficulties, but I think we could join our efforts in this direction, because we have new PhD students who can join to this task and to get such results. Thank you very much for your presentation and your answer.
It would be great, Ruslasovich. Thank you.
Thank you for the report and for providing of answers. And it's a pleasure to hear such reports and actually such interesting topics, because this is some kind of new ideas implemented in the practical work. It's definitely interesting, and we hope to see the continue of such investigations.
We're ready for cooperating.
Thank you. It's completely possible. Well, and we move into the next report. This is the report Alexander Dovichenko and Artem Perepelitsyn, model of programming of two microcontrollers with different bootloaders over same serial connection.
Yes, thank you. Dear colleagues, can you hear me well? Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Yep, thank you. So, greetings to our colleagues and guests. We are glad to meet you in section of Cybersecurity and Internet of Everything of ICTM conference. Today, we want to present you a report for our work in SEM of model of programming for two microcontrollers with different bootloaders over same serial connection. During this report, we'll describe an issue that calls for such solution, analyze a targeted hardware, firmware, and software, propose a connection model for executive devices, and analyze its behavior. So, the development of computer systems led to creation of a large amount of types and classes of embedded systems, including homogeneous and heterogeneous hardware solutions. In case of heterogeneous, it's present as ordered set of devices with different firmware. In that reason, a complexity of operating and updating such systems rapidly rises. So, in this work, we propose to reduce required efforts to programming of group-connected microcontrollers with different bootloaders, with performing following tasks: analyze existing bootloaders and their data exchange protocols, analyze possible issues of the use of different bootloaders for programming of group of devices, propose the model of connection for two different microcontroller boards and investigate their behavior and waveforms of practical implementation. One of essential parts of microcontrollers firmware is a bootloader, a small software component that uses for hardware initialization and updating a user application. Depending on firmware, bootloaders can be realized in different amount of size, its memory usage, and sets of granted abilities. In case of that, a protocol of data exchange also can differ depending on type, version, or even single device features. This issue partially solved by manufacturers in case of developing a flexible software for protocols and orientation on device families while developing. But in global, this issue keeps actual and still requires a solution that will be described below. But now, Artem, I want to delegate to word to you. May you continue?
Yes, thank you. And actually, during the investigation of the available amounts of the sectors within the microcontrollers for placing of the bootloader, it was found that initially for some raw versions of such bootloaders, it was reserved up to 2 kilobytes of the space. And it's necessary to mention that there are 4 possible configurations based on the fuses in the microcontrollers. Each configuration divides the size in 2 times, and it depends on the microcontroller. And based on that, actually, for the earliest versions of bootloaders, the size of such part was too big, and because of that, the size of the useful part for program was reduced. But after that, the optimization is started, and it was started in the OptiBoot bootloader, and then continued in the URBoot bootloader, with reaching fantastic size of the bootloader of 190 bytes of the program that program the microcontroller. So it's too compact implementation, and it's definitely interesting and important for the compacting such blocks for creation of small microcontrollers based on the teeny architecture to allow the possibility of reducing actually the size of the bootloader. But based off such compact implementation, the problem connected with actually mistakes of parameters was detected, and some version of OptiBoot bootloaders officially published and actually added to some version of Arduino environments produces the wrong implementations, and actually it causes the problem with the modification of the memory and modification of EEPROM, and it's called EEPROM behavior. Next slide, please. As a result of this behavior, the microcontroller, during the attempts of the programming of a bootloader, performs the modification of the EEPROM with adding and updating of some address inside the EEPROM that can actually modify the existing user data, and as a result, it will break the stored information, and actually it can be not reproducible for such solutions where it's necessary to keep the data during the programming, but it's completely clear. But the problem is that this behavior is not described and saved by the default. It means that it's necessary for before the using of such controllers to perform the verification of such possible behavior, and it's necessary to be sure that it's disabled within the bootloader. Next slide, please. But while we trying to integrate few devices or a few connected boards and microcontrollers together for programming over same interface, we're trying to reduce the number of hardware components and to simplify the process of connection. And it's the general idea is to allow the connection of single TTL converter to the computer with Arduino environment, and to allow the direct selecting of the board in the Arduino environment to perform the programming. And it looks like some fantastic concept, but it's practical possible. The performed analysis showed that actually exist such solutions that allows perform the connection of few devices with the isolating of transmitting lines by the diodes and adding the pull-up resistor to allow it. Another consideration is the usage of resetting logic that allows actually separate some boards from resetting and remain some in reset state with the adding of capacitor or direct passing the reset signal or combination of DTR and reset signals to the microcontroller. Next slide, please. In VMOS and not MCU implementations of STM32 and STM8266 microcontrollers and boards, there are logic that already implements both the TTL converter and the possibility of the control of such program state based on the reset or not reset signals and DTR signals. The usage of such signals within single board with such TTL converter allows to connect another board or microcontroller with bootloader without the TTL converter to such board to use them together. And this is the principally new idea and concept that is implemented within the study. Next slide, please. Based on the proposed method of connection of two boards, it's proposed to use such lines within the board with the TTL converter and the adding the connections of such logic and configuration the circuit responsible for selecting based on the DTR and reset signals to allow the different microcontroller programming depending on the duration of the combination of DTR and reset signals because different bootloaders use a different behavior. And in this implementation, it's possible to connect such pair of microcontrollers to the same Arduino IDE environment to allow the programming and to perform the selecting of required boards directly from the configuration of the board. This pair allows combining of impossible implementations like the lower power of simple chip and control of all events and interrupts, and the network and wireless network capabilities of the ESP solutions, but that cannot be used directly for the lower power or battery power solutions. And combining them simplifies the programming process and allows the implementation of power efficiency solutions with thus wireless features. Next slide, please. The performed investigation of the process of programming with the logical analyzer shows the long low level at the beginning of the programming of such ESP microcontroller with some attempts to start the programming, and when the logic reached the proper state, the programming starts. Next slide, please. With the implemented method, the programming of both microcontrollers is possible together with the ESP8266 and with Atmega chip. It can be the base version of Arduino Pro Micro, or it can be another chip, even Atmega 8, and it allows the combine of such chips together and programming them over the same interface. Next slide, please. Alexander?
Yes. In conclusion, thank you, Artem. According to proposed tasks, the existing bootloaders and their protocols were analyzed. Possible issues and abilities to do multiple programming are considered, and a model of connection with behavior analysis is proposed and described. Thank you for your attention, and now we can discuss your questions.
Questions, please. Dear colleagues, please questions, because it's interesting to share the current idea, and it's a principal new idea.
I have a very short question, if it's possible.
Of course.
Thank you for your presentation. Really interesting topic. What about your plan to defend your intellectual property as a patents or any other form?
Thank you. Thank you for your question. Yes, we're thinking about it, but we need to formulate which part should be protected at first.
I can also add that the part that connected with monitoring and tracing of the content of EEPROM and the content of flash memory of such microcontrollers was already registered 2 years ago as some kind of protection of such intellectual property. So the next step can be done also, because it's a principally new idea. Yes.
Thank you, but it's just my recommendation. There is some risk when you will finalize your chapter for ICTM proceeding. You need to be very sensitive in point of view description of this idea, because if you will publish this idea, you will not have possibility to defend your intellectual properties according with
after the
understandable rules.
Yes, thank you for mentioning this, because it's we need to take it into account. Yes.
Yes, it's a general remark, because there are such risk for inventors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Please stop the sharing. And we move forward with two reports in sequence. And the next report, also where I'm as the co-author, will be creation of file information, snapshots and thumbnails in compact form for autonomous search and preview, with the co-authors Andrei Litvinov and Alena Chepelevich.
Good day, everyone. I am Alena Chepelevich, and honored to present our work on the creation of file information snapshots and thumbnails in compact form for autonomous search and preview, alongside with my co-authors Artem Perepelitsyn and Andrei Litvinov from the National Aerospace University Kharkiv Aviation Institute. Here you can see the content of our presentation, and without further ado, I will give word to Artem.
Here. The entropy and amount of information grows continuously, and the amount of different files stored at different places, including the different accounts of cloud storage, different external drives, flash drives, and so on, increases, and it requires the proper navigation and organization of the entire information for everyone. And actually, for human, it's easy to perform the search within the one window or using some visual navigation, and it requires some centralized form of representation of entire data set or entire set of files to simplify this process. And many systems include such possibility, but unfortunately not all of them are open source, and some requires some license and not free for use. And because of that, is on demand the search of the possibility to create the system that allows to perform the navigation across the big data set or set of files using some requirements. Next slide, please. Well, for such system, it's important to address the following requirements: the possibility to perform the centralized representation of information about the set of files stored at different places on different drives and so on. It's important to combine information about the stored files at different places and represent it in uniform form. And to do it, it's required to make some digest or snapshot of the file system or some part of the file system and represent everything, including some metadata like the name, information about modification and size, thumbnails, and some unique file ID. And actually, it's important to have the possibility in the final form to represent possibility or provide such possibility for user to perform the navigation at any devices. It can be mobile devices or web interface and so on. And of course, to perform or solve this problem, it's important to find the possibility of creation of thumbnails for such kind of search. Next slide, please.
The main objective of our work is to create a compact unified system that allows us to represent information about large sets of different files using metadata, snapshots, and thumbnails. And we do this to enable the fast, convenient search, navigation, and preview without direct access to the original files, for example, on a system that is offline and don't have access to the latest versions of the files. Next slide, please. The aim of our work is to build this compact system for navigation and search of large files set without accessing original files. And to do this, we decided on the list of tasks that consist of analysis of the existing systems. For this task, explore different options for compact thumbnails of images, audio, and video files, propose a model that allows us for generation of snapshots and thumbnail, and demonstrate an automated implementation of this. Next slide, please.
The performance analysis shows that such solutions exist, but not all of them fit to the requirements. And because of that, it's possible to formulate the detailed requirements that allows to perform the combining of existing open source solutions in form of some frameworks, libraries, or components of another systems to combine in some uniform that allows to represent the required information in convenient for end user form. And among such requirements, the possibility of offline work, because the current existing solutions requires online access. Most of them are not open source and not provide the information in the form that can be easy for modification or some extending. And because of that, it's required to prepare the concept that allows to solve this problem and allows the work with the porting of solution to another platforms, and actually to provide the most convenient form of representation for fast searching of information, even offline and locally. Next slide, please. Well, based on the performance analysis and previous experience and works, it's possible to propose the following ideas to perform the simplest way of search of files across the file system of such dataset to improve the performance and to simplify the and size of such digests. And it's proposed to use the checksums and information about the size of each file as a form of identification. And based on that, it's possible to use CRC32 like the fast way for identification and forming of names, and the algorithm Blake2 like the strong form of hash function that is strong for collisions and allows to create the identifier for file name of such subname within such archive. And in this form, it's possible to organize everything in the most compact form. Next slide, please.
So there are many existing formats of files which could be stored and searched. We decided to limit ourselves to 3 options to begin with. So firstly, images, which could be possible using JPEG. Secondly, audio files in the form of audio clips. And thirdly, a short, low bitrate MP4 segment for videos. These thumbnails should allow visual browsing and fast recognition even when the original files are inaccessible.
Well, the performance analysis showed that the final tool that allows to solve this problem should be supported for the long time and must be open source. Based on the such requirements, the existing VLC media player is one of the possible choice, because it's available on the multiple platforms and provides the possibility and libraries and information and support of community to find the solution for conversion and generation of the thumbnails. And based on that, the experimental commands for creation and generation of thumbnails based on the photo, video, and audio were prepared and tested. And actually, the datasets were prepared as the one possible choice. Next slide, please.
For better understanding, we came up with example of thumbnail generation of image type files. We have the input image that we will transfer to the generated thumbnail. We will receive a file with fixed width at 320 pixels, so we keep aspect ratio of input image, and we receive pretty small sizes due to using JPEG format with saving quality % of 85, and we can use this image on different screen sizes due to its small size and compact size in width and height. Next slide, please.
And so we've decided to introduce a model for selecting the informative moment for video thumbnails. The extraction starts in the range between 1/3 and 3/7 of the file duration, with a minimum length of 3 seconds and a maximum of 10 seconds. This range is chosen based on changes in audio intensity and video scene content, which tend to be more informative. So after analysis formats that balance compression and compatibility were selected. JPEG or HEIC for images, OGG or AAC for audio, and H265 or H264 for video. These formats offer small file sizes while remaining widely supported across platforms and devices.
To realize that idea, we proposed a simple workflow that can be used and follows these steps. First, the user inputs paths to a file or a folder with files. Then the process of identifying the type of the file or files in the folder by the extension comes. And with information about extension of each file, we can call specific method for creating a thumbnail of each type of file for images, audio, or video. And then we save these generated thumbnails in the output path that user also provides. Next slide, please. We decided on the best tools parameters for each thumbnail type. For images, we processing them with library image sharp that we use resizing them to width with 320 pixels. So we keep aspect ratio and save it as JPEG with 85% quality. This results in very small output size and consistent appearance. For audio, we use FMPEG. We extract middle segment in range of 1/3 and 3/7 of the width of the input file and save it as OGG Vorbis with approximately 128 kilobytes per second bitrate. For video, we do a similar process. We also use FMPEG and extract the middle part in the same parameters. We encode it in H264 with AAC for audio in MP4 format. Bitrate is turned down to approximately 800 or 1000 kilobytes per second. This results in compatible format with different browsers and platforms. And next slide, please. To realize this idea, we developed a simple utility using C# and specified previously libraries such as FMPEG and XAB FMPEG Rubber for it, and 6 labels image sharp. This console app works exactly as in proposed workflow. It gets input path, output path, and then proceeds with creating thumbnail for each file. Next slide, please. To better show the result of our work, we selected 4 different images, 2 JPEGs and 2 PNGs. Then we compared their initial size and size of the generated thumbnails. We got great results that are even greater with the heavier files like JPEG 2. Next slide, please.
In conclusion, we developed a universal method for generating compact thumbnails of images, audio, and video based on informative content. We designed a concept of snapshot system with checksums, sizes, and modification times, enabling quick navigation and verification. We also outlined a future scalable web application with multi-user access. And future work includes exploring collaborative, centralized access, and further automation of snapshot generation. Thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, we'll be ready to answer them.
Questions, please. I will be happy to answer for all questions because there are interesting proposals within this research, and actually we propose a model how to identify the places or interesting places for such small snapshots of the video and audio. So questions, please.
I have a question.
Please, question, and then Evgeny.
Thank you for your very interesting presentation. My question is, what about quality of image and the quality of transformed data? Because in this case, it is a very impossible point as well.
Yes.
My quality.
Yes, this question was the key problem, and we started from this and performed significant investigation, but it's not completely included to these results, But actually, we investigated that there are open solutions to improve the quality of representation, like Mozilla JPEG, for example, and not only, to allow the compatibility with existing ways of viewing, like browsing of such images, but with a high quality and with the same size of the file. But within current investigation or study, it was not the main issue, because we trying to create some small image to simplify the understanding for some human or some user that attempts to identify some file and within own collection of files. So it's just some kind of reminding of the internal representation of this file, but the more compact it will be, the higher number or the larger number of such elements will be placed within the compact copy of file information, like a digest or snapshot of entire file system. And actually, that is. I hope that this is the answer.
Yes, thank you.
Well, next question, Evgeny.
Thanks for your presentation. I have a question. You said that you use checksum to file identification in the system. So is it possible to have a few files with the same checksum for some reason, and how you prevent
yes,
appearance of this file?
There are two proposed ideas of identification. The first one is based on the brief search, and here it's proposed they combine the CRC32 already calculated, for example, by archive, and the lowest 32 bits of the file size. This combination allows perform 64-bit search identifier that already calculated and mostly unique for a lot of files. But to ensure that there is no collisions between files, it's proposed to use collision or collision-free hash function Blake2 that across all known hash functions provides the best uniqueness of the identifiers. So from the point of view of practical use, it's probably completely guarantee that such combination will provide the unique identifier for each file.
Okay, thanks for your answer.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Alexander, question.
Hi. I see that you make this work with some students, yeah? So
Yeah.
maybe it's not a question, it's like proposal. Maybe they are should send this work to the competitions after UA.
It's completely possible, and we consider it such possibility. Thank you for the idea and proposal.
Okay, you have the time for 4th of the December.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the information. I think that it's definitely interesting. Thank you. Well, I think that we can move forward, and it's proposed to consider next presentation out of order because of the request of one of presenters. And next presentation will be program implementation of bird identification system based on computer vision
Good day.
and deep learning. Please.
Good day, dear colleagues and conference participants. My name is Alona Chipelevich, and together with my colleague Artem Perepelitsyn from the National Aerospace University Harkiv Aviation Institute, I would like to present our work titled Program Implementation of a Bird Identification System based on Computer Vision and Deep Learning. Our presentation will cover the following contents, and without delay, let's continue. In recent years, artificial intelligence, computer vision, and deep learning have become essential tools in various scientific and environmental fields. Bird identification is one of the areas where these technologies can significantly reduce manual work and improve accuracy. It is important for ecological monitoring, scientific research, citizen science initiatives, and even hobby bird watching. However, existing tools often come with serious limitations, such as, for example, many of them require a stable internet connection, most are mobile only, and very few support real-time detection or desktop platforms. So, this creates a need for a flexible, accurate, and fully autonomous identification system. The main objective of our work is to develop a multifunctional automated bird identification system that detects and classifies European garden bird species, works with photos, video files, and real-time camera streams, operates completely offline, and helps significantly reduce manual labor in bird identification tasks. Additionally, we aimed to provide a convenient system for archiving results and enabling user feedback for future improvements. Existing applications do not fully support desktop platforms, offline recognition, real-time video processing, and multi-source inputs such as photos, videos, and live camera feeds. While modern models like YOLO, MobileNet, and SSD offer high accuracy, there is still a lack of systems focused specifically on European garden birds, and almost none integrate all required functions simultaneously. Therefore, a new solution is needed. The goal of this project is to design and implement an automatic bird identification system that uses modern computer vision and deep learning techniques. To achieve this goal, several tasks were defined, such as reduce the amount of manual work required, ensure full offline operation, provide species classification and result archiving, and of course, develop a modular, unified desktop application. Bird identification is a very promising field for applying computer vision. However, today's mobile applications rely heavily on internet access, do not support desktop workflows mostly, and often lack real-time processing capabilities. This means there is a clear niche for a more powerful and flexible system. Several popular tools were analyzed. The first one is Merlin Bird ID. It's powerful, includes regional models, and supports image and sound recognition. The next one is PictureBird, is available on multiple operating systems, and offers AI-based identification. And the last but not least is iNaturalist, a community-driven platform with excellent biodiversity data. Although each of these solutions is strong in its own way, none of them provide all the features required for autonomous real-time desktop-based identification. Our system is able to identify bird species from 3 sources: user-uploaded images, video files, and real-time camera streams. The technical foundation includes Python as the main programming language, TensorFlow, Keras, OpenCV, and scikit-learn for model training and computer vision tasks, YOLO V8 for object detection, and MobileNet V2 for efficient classification. And such combination provides both speed and accuracy, especially important for real-time processing. So, how it works? The dataset was collected using the iNaturalist API, which contains millions of open wildlife images. For each selected species, around 200 images were downloaded, after which blurry or incomplete samples were removed manually. The dataset was then split into approximately 80% for training and 20% for testing, including partially occluded birds for realism. Pre-processing included resizing and padding images to maintain consistent input shapes. The model was tested on several European species: blackbird, blue-tit, great-tit, robin, and sparrow. Although some species share similar visual features, such as blue tits and gray tits, the model was still able to distinguish them effectively. Despite the relatively modest dataset size, the model demonstrated good performance and stable classification accuracy. So was prepared the architecture of our proposed system, which includes modules for detection, classification, real-time processing, and result archiving. Each component is modular and can be replaced or extended in future development. The final system integrates YOLO v8 for detection, MobileNet v2 for species classification, OpenCV for video and image processing, and a PyQt-based graphical interface that provides different working modes. The system is fully offline, user-friendly, and supports multiple input formats. So, in the result, the system provides automatic detection and classification of birds, support for real-time recognition, image and video processing, archiving of identified birds, and user feedback mechanism to support further fine-tuning. This solution brings together modern computer vision and deep learning technologies and makes them accessible for research, educational purposes, and everyday observation. Here you can see the example of application working in real time. So the program detects the bird, tries to identify it, and writes down the result. This is such good results for such capture where the bird is actually far from the user. As well as examples of image recognition and the archive interface. These demonstrate how the system performs in real-world conditions and how users interact with it. Such validation demonstrates the high performance of the proposed solution under various conditions. To summarize, we have developed an effective desktop bird identification system based on modern computer vision and deep learning technologies. The system combines YOLO v8 detection with MobileNet v2 classification. It supports images, videos, and camera streams. It provides convenient tools for archiving and user feedback, and results demonstrate stable and reliable performance. Our future plans include expanding the dataset, improving accuracy through augmentation, and adding cross-platform and embedded system support. Thank you for your attention, and we'll be happy to answer your questions.
Actually, as a co-author, I'm ready to provide the answers for such study, and I hope that there are questions, because that's a unique idea of combining of deep learning and machine or computer vision was proposed and implemented, and in difference to most systems, it's working autonomous and in real time using the connected camera. So it can be moved to the edge computing without completely the access to the network. So based on this approach, it's possible to build the edge computing system to perform the recognition without any connection and usage of any external power or computational power. So the questions, please. Please.
Yes, thank you for presentation to Alona. I have two questions for least. First of all is about location where observation is performed. There is a difference in the species of birds depending on part of world where observation is performed. So in offline mode, how accurate observation, how this observation accurate?
Okay, you're absolutely right that the set of known birds depends on the exact region. And for training, the 7 to 10 birds from the current regions were selected because depending on even 100 kilometers, there is a difference in the intensity, and it was taken into account. For example, the chickadee from Canada looks completely not like here, for example. And Actually, yes, the accuracy not depends on the offline mode, because it's primarily designed for such kind of application, and it depends only on the lightness and the distance from the camera, and typically it's from 70 to more than 90% for each instance, and even if not entire bird in the captured in the current view of camera, it's enough to identify it, probably with a with a probability over 80 and up to 90%. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Quite well accuracy as
Yeah,
well.
it's really interesting, but yes, it's probably without mistakes.
And I have one small sub question. There was mentioned feedback from users, I guess, not from birds.
No, there is a built-in possibility of enriching the collection by adding new data sets, and it can be also done and predicted as a part of the system to add the new parts of information to improve the recognition.
Yes, thank you.
Like retraining, but it's not retraining in direct form.
It's addition, I guess. No, like.
Okay, thank you for the question. Vyacheslav Sergeyevich, the question, please.
Thank you for your presentation. And my question is maybe more general. What about possibility to embed such decision on the board of micro drone? I mean, if you have some limitation, some strong limitation on power supply, autonomy, and so on. And in this case, such decision based on computer vision could be very perspective for other application. Thank you.
Well, the difference is a completely static environment and movement objects in the view, and in the proposed application, it's completely different way of identification, because everything is moving, and actually probably it will be two different implementations, because in the current implementation the static position of camera and without the possibility of movement is one of the key factors of such parameters or results of recognition. And actually it's technically probable to perform the porting to another kinds of application, but the complete redesign is required for that.
Yes, I see. My question about principal limitations of application such computer vision means software and or maybe special processor based on the board of micro drone.
Currently, the traditional architecture of 64-bit or x86 processor is used, and the application is running on this normal platform. It's a compact desktop platform, but in compact implementation that can be placed directly near the camera. But Probably it can be placed to other applications also, but the power consumption and size is not too small for microcontrollers, for example. So it's a desktop, but small desktop implementation.
I see. I see. Thank you.
Next question. Thank you for the question, Evgeny.
Once again, thanks for your presentation. I have a question. In existed applications, are exist a function to recognize birds on their voices in case where when birds hiding from people somewhere on the trees? So why you avoid implementation this function to your application in this application?
Okay, it's definitely interesting, but in current project, it was combined with such possibility to also enrich the environment of for birds. I mean, to perform the extra variants to allow the capturing of such birds, and to ensure the idea of providing of some feed or feeding such birds was implemented, and actually it allows to calm the birds too near to the camera, and it simplifies the automation and task of recognition, because we expect that exactly bird will be in the view of camera, and because of that it's possible to achieve such high autonomous recognition parameters. So it's probably possible to also consider the variant of application when such birds will be on the trees, but it's another way of bird watching application for with autonomous recognition. But I think that it's also principally possible and interesting, like a way of application. So thank you for this proposal.
Yes, thanks for your answer.
More questions? No. So we are moving forward to the next reports, and next report will be provided by me also. Let me to share the screen. So the next report will be provided by me and co-author Vitaly Kulanov. And within this study, we share the results of the found interesting possibility of work with the implementation of efficient multiplexer or bus multiplexers using built-in components within the FPGA solutions. So it's possible to briefly provide information what is the FPGA chips. There are such kind of integrated circuits that allows the programming by user, but not by the programming in form of program, but in form of the dedicated hardware, like application-specific integrated circuits. And there is a challenge for involved in the design developers in the creation of wide multiplexers that is a part of the memory intensive solutions, part of the implementation of most of systems where the switching is required, because using such kind of elements, typical commutation or switching is implemented, and because of that there is a need in the creation of wide multiplexers, especially if the framework like Xilinx runtime framework with kernels, with use of HBM memory is implemented, because in this case it's necessary to connect the memory with widths of such multiplexers with thousands of bits. So the bus with such size is too wide, and because of that there is a challenge in the placing of such solutions, and without such optimization the performance of such projects will be not too high as can be. And based on the not widely implemented or not still implemented in such form, the vendor allows the use of built-in components of such chips that called digital signal processing blocks or DSP blocks, not only for processing but only for implementation of multiplexers. And we detected that it's a reasonable feature, because in some projects thus blocks are not used too intensively but can be used to improve the performance of such solutions. And based on that we decided to investigate the possibility of such optimization, and we found that it's completely possible, and we proposed a reproducible way of the creation and parameterization of such built-in vendor-dependent components to improve the performance of most of solutions where such wide multiplexers are required. So the goal of our research is to improve the performance of such projects where FPGA solutions are used and the wide multiplexers are required. And to perform it, we need to analyze the actually basics of the implementation of fundamentals of implementation of the multiplexers at all, ways of implementation of such multiplexers using the description languages, and to propose the way of implementation of such kind of solutions using the DSP blocks in FPGA. So the basic idea of multiplexer is pretty clear. This is a combining of direct and inverse select signals that allows one or another input, like a commutation. And actually this is a function of multiplexer or output of multiplexers. It's possible to perform cascading of such multiplexer to implement wider multiplexers. The combining of such multiplexers together on the layers allows to build the bus of multiplexers. And actually this is the way of how such elements can be connected together by default without the involvement of programmer. And actually it's possible to add the extra logic to such elements with adding the control signals to allow the actually forming required signals within such logic. But it's a implementation at the level of hardware description languages or RTL implementations. And within such implementations, it's necessary to maintain two possible ways of descriptions. The first one is a behavioral descriptions, when the all set of inputs should be described, and in this case the environment will recognize such pattern and transform it back to the recognized multiplexer. This is probably a common use, but such implementations can reduce the efficiency because of the responsibility of placement by the environment or the tool that performs the compilation. And because of that, it's better to use a structural approach. In this case, each instance will be created manually using the constructions of the language, description language, and based on some model, it will be implemented for each instance, and it allows the high control. But it's proposed, in difference to such implementations, use the DSP blocks from the vendor-specific chips or vendor-specific elements within the chip. Based on the proposed concept of connection, it's possible to connect a series of such DSP blocks together in parallel to perform the switching between such elements. And in difference to normal implementation using RTL languages, it allows to perform the fast switching that is implemented directly on the silicon without the synthesis that will be spread across the surface of this chip. All those components are already implemented and placed directly near each to another. And this approach allows to improve the efficiency, power efficiency, that improve the frequency and so on, because there is no need to involve another kind of resources. And it also simplifies the connections because all the elements are placed at the same region inside the chip. But to do it, it's necessary to configure the instance of such blocks, like it was described based on the structural approach. And in this case, it's possible to perform the cascading of such solutions. And actually, there is no limits in this cascading. And we propose to use not only the direct cascading during the creation of white multiplexers, but also we propose to use the pipelined approach with adding registers between different cascades to improve the performance and allow capturing of the results each clock cycle. And it allows to perform the improvement of frequency of such solutions, especially for XRT managed kernels of Xilinx or AMD chips, because for such type of solutions there is a critical problem of high frequency in modern in any environments because such kind of kernels use some static regions within the project that predefined by the vendor, and to allow the normal operation of such dynamic regions, it's necessary to perform the optimization at the project side, and the use of combination of register like slices and the DSP multiplexers allows to reach higher frequency. Actually, within this work, we achieved up to 15% improvement of the frequency within the project. It depends from the specific frequency and specific tool, but in latest VITES environments, it shows the frequency above 200 megahertz, and with such optimization, and also it depends on the project, but in such optimization, the project that you utilize up to a half of the resources can be modified, even existing projects, to improve the performance and improve the frequency up to 10 to 15%. And this is the main contribution of the current study, because it's not widely used, and even not all know that it's possible to use DSP blocks in such manner. So the questions, please. Well, no questions, and because of that, I think that I can continue with another report according to the timetable, and this is another study with co-authors, and actually, sorry, this is a small mistake. Let me 1 second. One second. Well, I can provide some basic information before the start of our investigation, and we decided to perform the study of the possibility of the improvement of the efficiency of solar cells to allow the higher efficiency on the one hand, and to extend the life cycle of such solutions. And based on the obtained results, it's possible to propose the reproducible system that allows actually implementation with the available resources, and at the same time it's possible to use the widespread elements or solar panels for implementation of such systems. Let me to provide the basic information and share the screen. Well, let me to provide the results of the investigation performed by following authors, and actually the main topic is analysis of possibilities of improvement of efficiency of solar panels with the use of water cooling. And actually the motivation for such actions is actually the dependency of the efficiency of the solar cells and the requirement of the use of such kind of energy to actually allow the providing of energy for some distant places, or in case of outages, and actually that there is a need to improve the efficiency of such solutions at summer, because the efficiency of solar cells reduce at too hot temperature, and actually allows the efficient use of the cells itself, and to utilize the heat with the heating of water that can be reused for some household needs that can include the watering of plants, because the watering with the cold water can damage the plants, and it's necessary to take it into account like a possible way of application of such solutions. So within the current study, the goal is to increase the efficiency of collection of solar energy and the possibility of efficient use of the heating with such solar cells for reproducible systems. The general target is home applications and small households. And to do it, it's necessary to analyze the existing possibility of movement of solar cells, the possibility of water heating using reproducible resources for such kind of mounting, and to investigate the dependency on the temperature and intensity of light for such cells, to propose rational variant of the use. And based on the investigation of the mechanical possibility of the placement of such panels, we decided that actually from the practical point of view, it's possible to perform two kinds of mounting. Actually, the horizontal variant with the two mount points, and the central variant of placement with 5 mount points and fixed center. And in this case, the central part will be the place of the mounting and connection of all cables. And in this case, the 4 points across the panel will be the places of the mounting of the actuators that allows the modification of position of the solar cell to trace the sun position. And actually, because of that, and because of the construction of widespread solar panels, it's necessary to create the frame to perform the placement of such panel, because it's too sensitive, and the weight of 20 kilograms is too high for the native frame. So to allow 5-point placement, it's necessary to prepare the mount place like a frame, and in this case the cable connections must be placed directly near this point of placement of the rest elements. The actuators can be done using the microcontroller based implementation, and can be powered directly from the solar cell. So it's not necessary to perform extra systems, and everything can be powered and placed directly within this frame. Based on the widespread solutions, it's proposed to use vertically changeable cylinders with built-in actuators based on stepper motor. It's a cheap solution that allows the installation outside and is not sensitive for actually rain or water. Well, the performance investigation of the dependency on the temperature actually allows to identify that for normal cell with number of cells of 72 elements at too hot point of 70 degrees produces the voltage near 38 at the open variant and near 32 volts in maximum power point, in maximum point of maximum efficiency. And the cooling of the cells allows to shift this point to higher voltages, and as a result the maximum power point will be shifted to higher values of the resulted power as a square under this curve. And the highest possible voltages will be reachable at the temperature minus 15, minus 20, but it's not presented here. So it will be up to 50 volts. Actually, based on that and based on the intensity of the actually current, depending on the intensity of light, it's reasonable to combine both the water cooling with central mounting of tubes and cables, and actually the performance of the sound tracing. But how to perform the proper selection of the connection in parallel of few such elements? It's possible to propose the parallel connection of water elements, because in case of the sequential connection, each element will have different temperature, but in this kind of implementation, in case of parallel connection of tubes, it's possible to ensure the movement of cold water across the solar panel with increasing the temperature using the path. It's proposed to use the general tube for actually hot floors with a mounting with a liquid silicones or some liquid glue that is available in tubes also, and is reproducible and relatively cheap. The possibility and of providing of temperature for such glue is enough to actually transmit the temperature, because with too high difference in temperature, there is no too high change of the efficiency, but the providing the transmission of temperature increases with the rise of the difference of the temperatures. And because of that, such kind of the reproducible implementation with accessible materials is completely reasonable and can be used not at the fabric of the place of fabrication of such solar cells, but at the place of the installing for small households. And actually that was the main main purpose of such study to allow the possibility of creation of such reproducible systems for home applications, because the centralized stations and power grids already investigated the problem of such implementation, but for home application it's not available. And because of that, it's possible to use such approach and to utilize such hot water for any purposes, including the watering of plants, to avoid the damage for plants because of the cold water drained from the ground. Actually, within this study, the possible ways of implementation of sun tracing with the available resources and widespread solar panels were investigated. The dependency on the temperature and possibility of the connection of the tubes, water tubes, and materials were investigated and proposed. And it's proposed to use a parallel connection of such tubes with combination depending on the requirements of placement with a 2-point or 5 points mountain, and they use the reproducible components and cheap components. Probably part of them can be from the secondary goods market, to allow the creation of cheap and autonomous power sources for households. Questions, please. No questions. Thank you for the attention, within this report. And we are moving forward. The next report will be Yuri Gore, and with my co-authorship, the technologies for creation of applications with graphical interface for open source operation systems. Yuri?
Yes.
Can you please share the screen with presentation? Let me to say a few words before the start of actually presenting. The main idea and concept of proposed ideas is based on the increasing the demand on the solutions that are verified by community, and it's completely possible to do in the open source operating systems. And because of that, this is the best practices for applications connected with security, and that can be verified. And because of that, we decided to reduce the gap for involving of new users that still using another operation systems. And to do it, actually, it's necessary to implement the form of presentation and control of some applications in the convenient form, and we try to investigate how to do it to increase the number of people who are using the open source solutions. So Yuri, please, you can start the providing of the results of this work.
Thank you. The motivation of the study was the growing adoption of open source operating systems in various spaces, such as a desktop, enterprise, research, and the IoT, which creates a need for tools that let developers build high-quality graphical applications and port existing applications with minimal efforts. This study was focused on providing guidelines for choosing an appropriate combination of a programming language and the GUI framework for significantly simplifying the creation and the porting process of GUI solutions. The goal of the study is to reduce required efforts for creation of new GUI applications and porting existing ones to open source operating systems. The following tasks were outlined. The first task is to analyze existing technologies for prototyping of GUI applications. Next is to propose the sequence of steps for preparing an environment and steps for creating applications as a part of a GUI design flow. And lastly, based on the proposed sequence, to create a prototype for a lightweight, efficient, and user-friendly tool that lets users take notes using Markdown with live HTML preview. When it comes to a cross-platform applications development, the development team can use one of the following approaches. The first one is building separate versions of an application for each platform using the programming stack that is best supported by that platform. This approach generally ensures the best performance for each respective platform, but it is a very resource intensive and requires a lot of time and effort, which is why it is very rarely used, especially for smaller teams. The framework-based development involves using GUI frameworks like GTK and Qt that were specifically designed for cross-platform compatibility. This is a very popular approach because using one of these frameworks requires little to no code changes to make the application run on multiple platforms. And the final approach is to create a web application or take an existing web application and by using an Electron framework, make this application run as if it was a native application. These programming languages were among the top programming languages by popularity based on indexes like PyPL and TOB. These languages will be evaluated based on how viable they are for creating cross-platform desktop applications with graphical user interfaces. The C language is the oldest on this list and doesn't have a great support for GUI frameworks aside from GTK, and generally is not often used for this purpose. The C++, on the other hand, has a variety of different GUI frameworks to choose from and is very commonly used for this use case. The .NET platform with C# programming language, while it is cross-platform, it is primarily designed for Windows. And the support for Linux and macOS systems is not as good as the Windows. Java language is very popular in the enterprise space, but outside of it is rarely used. And the ecosystem of solutions for GUI frameworks is not as good as some other languages. The Python is a very popular language with a wide ecosystem of GUI frameworks and a huge community. Rust is a relatively new programming language with a focus on memory safety. It is still new, so many solutions are not available for Rust yet. And finally, using the web applications approach, developers can use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript to build web applications. This table shows compares different aspects of programming languages. The first one is performance, where C and Rust offer the highest level of performance, and C++, while in most cases generally it's slightly slower than C, still offers a high level of performance and is a very popular choice for performance-critical tasks. C# and Java are generally slower, but still offer a high level of performance for desktop applications. And Python, because of its interpreted nature, is the slowest, but still offers an acceptable level of performance for many desktop applications. In terms of ease of use, C is the hardest, while Rust being the second hardest. C++ offers some modern features which make development easier, but still lacks some features that languages like Python, C# and Java have, which make it slightly harder to use. Python is considered one of the easiest languages and is often used for quick prototyping of new features, even when another language is used for the main application. When it comes to memory safety, C requires a manual management of memory, which makes it unsafe, since it's easy to introduce vulnerabilities in the code. C++ allows developers to use modern features and reduce and increase the memory safety of the code, but C++ doesn't enforce it, and also allows to use the C code, which can also introduce the vulnerabilities due to the memory safety issues. C#, Java, and Python are garbage collected languages which automatically remove unnecessary, unused resources. However, C# also allows to manually manage memory, although generally it's rarely ever required. And in terms of support for GUI frameworks, C does have support for GTK, which is a relatively popular framework, but outside of that is rarely used for creating graphical applications. C++ and Python have the biggest variety of GUI frameworks, and C# having two great frameworks, Windows Forms and Windows Presentation Foundation for Windows only, as well as having MAUI and Avalonia UI, which are cross-platform, but favor Windows, and support for other systems are not as good. In terms of community support, C and C++ have huge communities. Their standard library is very well documented, and they have many different libraries and frameworks. Python also has a huge community, great official documentation, and many libraries developed for it. C# also has a somewhat large community, but it's mainly Windows focused. Java has an even smaller community and isn't used outside of enterprise much. And Rust, being the new language, still doesn't have many libraries written for it, although its community is growing rapidly, so that might change in the near future. When it comes to GUI frameworks for cross-platform use, these are some of the most popular choices. The GTK is a GUI framework written for C, which can create cross-platform portable applications, but generally looks slightly better on Linux than on other platforms. Qt is a very powerful framework which aims to provide a native look for every platform, while also allowing a high level of customization. It can also be used for creating various types of applications, including mobile applications for Android and iOS. WX Widgets is a relatively limited but simple to use framework for C++ and Python. And .NET Platform has Windows Forms and Windows Presentation Foundation, which are Windows only, as well as MAUI from Microsoft, which is cross-platform, but has better support for Windows. The third-party Avalonia UI, which was inspired by WPF, also aims to be cross-platform, but still favors Windows. And finally, the Electron framework, which allows easily to run web applications on every platform, but doesn't provide a native appearance of system elements. The GTK framework is officially supported for C, which means it can also run on C++, but also has bindings for many other languages. Qt and WX widgets are officially written for C++ and Python, but also have bindings for many other languages. Windows Forms, WPF, MAUI, and Avalonia are written for .NET Platform, with the prominent language there being C#. And Electron framework supports web applications using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. In terms of performance, aside from Electron framework, all these solutions offer a great level of performance, with some like Windows Forms and MAUI and Avalonia being slightly slower. Most of these also offer native look and appearance for each operating system, while Qt also being highly customizable, Windows Forms providing limited customization on Windows, and WPF, MAUI, and Avalonia being highly customizable as well. All of these frameworks, aside from Windows Forms and WPF, are also cross-platform, with some caveats, like GTK slightly favoring Linux, and MAUI and Avalonia significantly favoring Windows. In terms of ease of use, some of these frameworks, like GTK, WPF, MAUI, and Avalonia, are slightly harder to use than others, but generally all of them are relatively easy to use. Based on this analysis, for creating a prototype of a note-taking application, the chosen tech stack will involve C++ and Qt as the framework. The proposed list of required software for setting up the development environment involves the following tools. The Linux system and the Linux distribution is up to a personal preference. While creating a cross-platform applications, a virtual machine makes it easy to test, to set up the environment, as well as taking snapshots and setting up shared clipboard and shared folders for passing files between host and guest systems. Linux systems, QEMU with KVM with Vert Manager as a graphical front end is a very flexible solution that is somewhat hard to use, but allows for extensive configuration. As an alternative, VirtualBox provides a more user-friendly UI. CMake is a build system that is used by many C++ projects, which allows to generate build files specifying the needed dependencies, as well as other options for building a project. When it comes to the compiler itself, on Linux, the de facto standard is GCC, and on Windows, MSVC, which is part of Visual Studio, is preferred. The version control system, Git, is a de facto standard with over 90% of projects using it over other version control systems. And when it comes to the integrated development environment, Visual Studio Code is one of the most popular solutions. Generally, it requires installing and configuring extensions and is not as straightforward to use with Qt. So as an alternative, Qt Creator is a good solution, which was created specifically for developing Qt projects, but can also be used for creating a non-Qt projects. It offers many features, such as integrating with Git, easily debugging applications, and extensive autocomplete, integrating great with Qt libraries without the need for extensive user configuration. The following sequence of development of cross-platform GUI applications is proposed. The initial step would be to initialize a Git repository, creating a repository on a platform such as GitHub. Then creating a new project with Qt Creator, adding a README file with a description of the project, as well as the instructions to build it, and choosing a license for the project. After which the team might make a first commit to upload the files. After this is done, writing code incrementally using different branches for features or bug fixes is a good idea while collaborating with the rest of the team, as well as performing functional and UI testing on all supported platforms, as well as unit testing where it's applicable. Based on this proposed sequence, a prototype for a note-taking application was created. On this slide, you can see two screenshots for a relatively simple layout for two different screens. This involves first two pages of the application with the first time setup page and the page that allows to create and select vaults which store different nodes. On this slide, you can see a more complex layout, which involves a three-panel for creating and selecting nodes, the text editor, which allows to write a markdown code, and the markdown preview, as well as two toolbars, where one toolbar is tied to a left panel for adding and removing nodes, and the second toolbar offers different buttons for various formatting options, as well as a right button for collapsing the right panel with a markdown preview. This window also has a context menu and the status bar for displaying useful messages. On the right, you can also see some examples of the model windows, the first one of which being a custom window and two others being the standard input boxes that Qt offers by default. These screenshots were captured on an Arch Linux system with KDE Plasma 6 desktop environment. As a result of the study, existing technologies for prototyping of GUI applications were analyzed. The chosen stack includes C++ as a programming language and Qt as a GUI framework. The sequence of steps for preparing an environment and creating a software as part of the GUI design flow was proposed. And based on the sequence, a prototype for a note-taking application with a user-friendly UI was created. The study's main contribution is the creation of methodology for simplifying the design and the prototyping of effective and affordable creation of tools for applications for open source operating systems. And lastly, here is the list of resources and tools used in the proposed GUI design flow. Thank you for your attention. Now I will gladly answer your questions.
Thank you, Yuri. And I hope that there will be questions because actually the proposed sequences, the considered tools, and the recommended sources really the basic point of entering to the development of solutions, open source solutions for open source operating systems with graphical interface. Questions, please. Well, Dmitry Dmitrievich, question, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for report. I have one question just to focus. What is main aim? Just desktop application or in general applications with GUI?
Thank you for your question. The aim is to propose a sequence of steps for creating a cross-platform desktop applications with graphical user interface.
I can try to rephrase. The general purpose within the study really to consider the possibility of creating of graphical interfaces with a native solutions and native technologies for Debian, for example, and not only, but at the planned steps, it will involve another platforms also. But yes, the desktop applications are considered, but mobile can be considered also.
Why I ask such question? Because a lot of solutions presented now on the market connected with using web application technologies. Mostly everything that we are using are web applications. So that's why I have concern about widespreading of
yes,
such development.
You're absolutely right that the segment of the application of such results may be not too wide, but this is the primary goal or primary direction to consider exactly such applications. Because we targeted to this segment. I mean, to cover this
it's
segment.
like a niche solution.
Like a specific, right? Because there is a possibility of autonomous working without the connection to internet, for example.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Well, so we can move forward to the next report. Yuri, stop sharing, please. Based on the program, the next report will be trustworthiness assessment, a test bench for AI-enabled critical system at the edge. And there are three authors: Yanchik Forrester, Vyacheslav Harchenko, and Alexei Neretin. And this report will be presented in form of video.
Trustworthiness assessment. Test bench for AI-enabled critical systems at the edge. As AI moves into safety-critical control loops in robotic systems, utilities, and industrial cyber-physical systems, or inside autonomous weapons, the core challenge isn't just performance. It is verifiable trust under pressure in real time with context-sudden high variations. Good afternoon. My name is Yannick Forestier from Code Europe, a firm in Ukraine, and I'm here with Professor Vyacheslav Harchenko and Dr. Alexei Neretin, both from High National Aerospace University in Ukraine. Together, we'll present our work on a test bench architecture for assessing trustworthiness in embedded AI to enforce specifically systems operating at the edge under mission-critical constraints and subject to the upcoming EU AI Act obligations. Before we talk models or metrics, or we dive into the architecture itself, let me give you a quick look at where this work originates. At Code Europe, we build systems that operate in the field, edge controllers for unstable grids, autonomous assets under adversarial conditions, critical infrastructure with no fallback. And in every one of these, AI is not optional, it's embedded. So the context here is not academic only, it is operational, high stakes, and very real. What I just outlined as a technical imperative when introducing verifiable trust at runtime is also fast becoming a regulatory necessity. The EU AI Act, finalized in 2024 and coming into force from 2025, imposes strict obligations on high-risk AI systems, particularly those embedded in critical infrastructure. Let's examine how these regulatory requirements align with AI system lifecycle stages and why existing tools fall short of ensuring compliance. Artificial intelligence is increasingly embedded in real-world control systems, particularly in sectors where decisions carry very high consequences. Consider the example of an utility substation. AI models support critical decisions from forecasting the load to identifying anomalies in real-time sensor data. However, the very power of AI introduces new kinds of risks. If these models behave unexpectedly or errors propagate throughout the control loop, the resulting impact may include equipment damage, safety hazards, or widespread service interruptions. That's why maintaining strict control over AI behavior, what we call trust boundary, is essential in such contexts. This slide sets the stage for understanding how trustworthiness must be engineered, measured, and enforced across AI systems deployed in safety-critical domains. The EU AI Act establishes a rigorous baseline for trust in high-risk AI systems. Articles 9 through 15 define a series of obligations that span the life cycle of AI, from risk management and data governance to post-deployment oversight. These obligations are not just checkboxes. They demand traceable, reproducible, and explainable evidence. This framework provides regulators, developers, and auditors with a common structure. For instance, Article 9 requires formal risk management procedures, while Article 14 emphasizes the need for meaningful human oversight. Annex 3 and the interpretive recitals further contextualize these obligations by defining high-risk categories and their operational meanings. Importantly, these requirements don't operate in isolation. They are tightly coupled with the design, deployment, and governance processes of AI systems. The next slides will show how this mapping becomes the backbone for structured assurance workflows. The EU AI Act and accompanying regulations go beyond prescribing best practices. They explicitly define what AI systems must not do. Among the prohibited uses are manipulative systems that exploit vulnerabilities, social scoring mechanisms, and untargeted biometric corrections such as facial scrapping. Emotion recognition and real-time biometric ID are also restricted, especially in sensitive settings like employment or education. But this is not much our domain, our field here. Before an AI system can be assessed for trustworthiness, it must pass this initial compliance screening. For sectors like utilities, industrial cyber-physical systems, and other physical AI, while these risks are rare, formal exclusion remains a requirement. This adds rigor to the development lifecycle. Following this, assurance levels L1 through L4 guide the depth and independence of evaluations. L1 might involve basic testing by the developers, whereas L4 includes adversarial analysis and runtime monitoring. Selecting the right level aligns compliance strategy with system criticality and ensures defense risk posture. Although the AI ecosystem has developed an impressive array of tools to assess specific dimensions of trustworthiness, robustness, explainability, governance, fairness, security, they often function in isolation. Each framework is useful, but their outputs are not directly compatible or aligned to regulatory frameworks such as the EUAA Act. This fragmentation creates significant gaps, a nightmare at industrial application. Auditors cannot derive compliance from piecemeal evidence. Engineers struggle to reproduce or compare results between model iterations. And organizations lack a unified lens to evaluate risks. For instance, while SHAP explains feature importance well, it does not indicate whether an AI system meets Article 13 transparency requirements. What's needed is a standardized, unified method that connects these technical assessments with formal obligations, one that produces consistent, traceable, and comparable outputs across tools and models. This foundational gap sets the stage for the STORM framework we are introducing next. To address the fragmented landscape of trust assessment tools, we introduce STORM, a modular, multidimensional framework for evaluating AI trustworthiness. STORM is the acronym for Scalable Test Bench for Trustworthiness Observation, Rating, and Metrics. Unlike siloed tools, STORM aggregates results into structured, regulatory-aligned formats. STORM's test modules span critical dimensions: robustness, reliability, explainability, data governance, oversight, and cybersecurity. These modules produce metrics that feed into standardized evidence files in structured formats, JSON. This design directly supports Articles 9 through 15 of the EUAA Act, as well as the assurance levels we explored earlier. The framework is model agnostic. Whether you are working with classical machine learning, generative AI, large language models, or AutoML pipelines, STORM is aimed to adapt to the context. It also bridges assessment and enforcement, generating configuration outputs that Fort can use for runtime trust boundary enforcement. I am introducing about our Fort system right after with next slide. Ultimately, STORM provides a foundation for scalable, traceable, and reliable AI assurance. While STORM defines what safe AI behavior looks like, Fort is the operational mechanism that ensures these standards are enforced in real time. Fort is the acronym for Filters for Output Reliability and Trustworthiness. Imagine a controller making decisions based on a predictive model. Fort sits between the model output and its real-world execution. Each AI decision is filtered through a trust boundary enforcement logic, which evaluates the semantic meaning of the output, its relevance to the current operational context, and whether it aligns temporarily with system expectations. If something deviates, say an unexpected instruction to disconnect power, fault can intervene. It may block the action, trigger a fallback routine, or alert human oversight depending on its configuration. This ensures that even under conditions of data ambiguity or sensor noise, the AI system remains within safe, auditable, and compliant boundaries. Storm's architecture is intentionally layered to align with the structure of modern AI development and regulatory demands. It is structured in three clearly defined layers. At the base, the integration layer connects incoming models and data streams with appropriate adapters and version controls, providing clear inputs for assessment. The assessment layer sits at the core of the test bench, coordinating metrics collection across dimensions like explainability, robustness, and oversight. This is where modular test modules, agents, execute and produce traceable outputs. At the top, the governance layer maps these results to legal requirements, most notably Articles 9 to 15 of the EU AI Act, and consolidates the evidence into assurance outputs. This modular structure allows for independent scaling and adaptation of each layer while maintaining an aligned compliance pipeline. The vertical flow from raw input to legal evidence allows Storm to align every technical result with regulatory standards, typically our EU AI Act. Wrapping this architecture is a lifecycle ring, highlighting that trust evidence isn't a one-time result, but a living artifact evolving with the system. Also, a key feature is the lifecycle alignment. All stages of system evolution write to the same evidence repository, preserving traceability even through version updates and retraining events. This diagrammatic framing makes the architecture easier to present, to audit, and to extend. Let's explore a real-world scenario where Storm, Test Bench, and Fort play a crucial role. A microgrid managed by a virtual power plant controller. Microgrids must respond rapidly to changes like voltage sags or frequency spikes. To do this, they rely on AI-driven controllers, often using predictive models and even compact language models to interpret instructions, not necessarily from human operators, but environment equipment. However, this flexibility comes with risk. Sensor noise, data drift, or odd input can lead to unsafe outcomes, like delayed disconnection from the grid or inappropriate switching. These aren't just hypothetical risks, they occurred in operational systems. To mitigate this, trust boundaries must be enforced. AI decisions are validated in real time to ensure they remain within pre-verified safe zones, as defined by the Storm framework. This ensures operational safety without compromising the agility of AI-driven control. In practical aspects, here on the left, an AutoML pipeline that fast processes the sensing adaptation to sort quick the important event featuring for next automatic decision-making. On the right, AI decision-making defines high-level regulation commands, then the LLM outputs these commands into PLC's instructions, OPC-UA, maybe NPA3, while agents deploy through the VPP to balance instantaneously the microgrid. The concept of a closed assurance loop is central in our trustworthiness definition. Assessment and enforcement are tightly linked. Storm starts the process by defining safe operational behavior using structured metrics and evidence aligned to regulatory requirements. Fort then enforces this behavior at runtime, ensuring AI systems only act within the verified trust boundaries. But it doesn't stop there. Data generated during operation will be fed back into the storm assessment environment of the model. This allows for specific AI high-risk system to evolve, refining the assurance levels and maintaining traceability across its life cycle. This looped structure mirrors best practices in safety engineering and quality assurance. It enables proactive monitoring and adaptation in environments where systems configurations, data distributions, and regulatory expectations continuously change. In conclusion, our Storm Test Bench delivers a comprehensive approach to AI assurance, linking regulation, metrics, operational enforcement, and lifecycle monitoring. It offers a traceable and adaptable model for ensuring AI trustworthiness in high-risk domains. The ability to support everything from predictive models to LLMs and AutoML pipelines ensures relevance across evolving technological landscapes. We are now preparing for industrial pilot projects where Storm and Fort will be applied in operational settings, such as utility control systems and safety-critical decisions loops. Looking ahead, automation of the assurance pipeline and alignment with upcoming standards are key priorities. Interoperability with existing certification and conformity assessment tools will make adoption easier and broaden regulatory acceptance. Thank you very much for your attention. Any question you may have, you can contact me. Here is my email address. You can also speak with Vyacheslav or Alexei. We are working together.
Thank you for this presentation, and thank you for such amount of portion of really deep investigation. Questions, please. I hope that it will be possibility to provide the question to others, and also to communicate with the speaker of this presentation. But I propose to move forward, and next presenter, Maxim Ivanutsky, with co-authors, with the title AI-based and cloud age solutions for automatic weed states detection in smart agriculture. Maxim, please share the screen, or maybe your co-authors.
Hello. Good morning, good day. I have problem with energy and my computer not working. Can you open video presentation?
You mean that some of your co-authors will be able to provide it, because we don't have video of your presentation. It was not submitted.
Okay, 1 second.
If you have it already uploaded, you can send it over email, and we will be able to actually present it.
1 second, I open video in YouTube and sharing demonstration.
You can send it to us if it's uploaded. Sorry, there is, you can stop the sharing. There is the link to your work, and I think that we will be able to actually present it. I hope that there is a possibility to do it. Actually, let us 1 second to start it, and then you will be able to provide the answers for the questions to this study.
Dear colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to present our research on applying of AI-based technologies and unmanned aviation in smart agricultures with state identification. Your study focuses on automatic plant condition detection and early identification of weed growth thrust using AI machine learning, UAVs, and edge cloud collaboration. Modern agriculture require fast, accurate, and scalable plant monitoring tools. Traditional inspection methods are slow, labor-intensive, ineffective on large fields. Wind is one of Ukraine's key crops, and broad wheat rice is among the most common disease causing significant white loss. Therefore, automated monitoring system capable of real-time diagnostic are essential. The aim of our work is develop an algorithm that automatically classification with plant stated from US images, distribution healthy plant from those infected with brown rust. For this purpose, we use convolution neural network as a leading method for image classification task. We create a data set with from US accurate images containing healthy plant, plant affected this brown rust at various stage, and images of different quality levels later filtered during processing. All images undergo normalization, structuralization, and cleaning before model training. Classification algorithm, the development algorithms included image collection and initial database creation, data processing and structurization, CNS model training, UAS machine planning and image capture, automated field mapping, data storage in cloud edge every moment, and accuracy evaluation. This result is detailed plant condition map for decision making. In this picture says algorithms, this plant stage classification, UA flight monitoring. In this edge cloud collaboration, we apply the hybrid agriculture combination is edge computing for real-time analysis, reduces delays, and immediate farmer response, and using cloud computing for long-term storage, big data analysis, and ongoing model improvement. This corporation ensure high system flexibility and effectiveness. And this block diagram learning algorithms to classify plant stage and automated field mapping with UR. And this model have 20 epoch. This result test accuracy 18%. This training accuracy 70%. This slide demonstration field mapping. This system produces this plant condition map, where 0 is healthy plant, and one plants affected with brown with rust. This available precise localization of problematic field zones. On this diagram have 18% and 17% is blue line is training, orange line is orange. On this last. Conclusion, discussion, and future plan. UA is combined with I offer fast and reliable with field monitoring, CNS-based analysis achieves high accuracy with limited data set. Cloud collaboration changes system performance and scalability. And your research shows a strong potential of combining modern technologies such as drones, artificial intelligence, and machine learning in culture. This approach makes it possible to automatically monitor plant health and respond quickly with the right treatment, helping farmer manage crops more effectively. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you for your presentation. And actually, there are questions. And maybe I'm starting the questions, but maybe there will be also a few more questions. Could you please clarify actually what's the place of the implementation, what's the target of this AI implementation within this project, and how it's combined with these fields in true representation that was discussed in the presentation. Is it clear, the question? What's the implementation of edge computing and edge implementation of AI? And what's the place of cloud here and edge also? Dear authors, can you hear us? Dear Maxim.
Yes, sorry, as have trouble with internet. Can you repeat, please,
Yes.
this question?
Could you explain what's the place of this edge part of this AI project and cloud part, and what's the place of those fields within this project and how it's implemented in fact?
In this project, have used Google Service, Google Drive, Google Cloud, and it's have three options. This using AI, using machine learning.
But what's the edge part of this project?
Edge part.
What implements the edge part? Because there is this even in the title, AI-based and cloud edge solution. How is it implemented? How it's
implemented in Python.
Yes, but I mean, what the platform is used to run it?
This write in code in Python and code with machine learning. I take photo from flying UAV's drone, and this program using this photo and implementation and is take information about this?
It's still not completely clear what the platform is used for executing this code and those models. Where it's running.
I don't know this answer.
It's interesting.
I understand this.
Well, it's not a task to confuse you, but for us it's really interesting how it can be implemented. I mean, is it some laptop application? Maybe it's a mobile application. Maybe it's a Raspberry Pi.
Just using PK application.
Sorry, what's the type?
PK application, Python.
Desktop application. Okay. So the H means desktop in this project, right?
Yes, yes.
Well, it's relatively clear, more clear now. Well, okay. Other questions? Well, no questions. Thank you for participating our conference, and it was a pleasure to hear your presentation and to see and to actually discuss the work, and I hope that it will be more possibilities and new results. Well, and we moving forward. The next report is analysis of modern promising approaches to building systematic crypto algorithms and their components by Sergey Butenko.
To present a report on the result of the study on topic of analysis of modern promising approaches to building symmetric crypto algorithms and their components. The first question is the place of symmetric crypto algorithms in the modern world and the relevance of this research. Symmetric algorithms are now the integral part of the functioning of a wide range of informational systems, from authentication system to data storage and transmission system. This type of crypto algorithms ensures the confidentiality of information. In fact, without their use, most of modern informational systems in their current form would be unable to function. The field of quantum computing and post-quantum cryptography is currently undergoing rapid development. While most researchers agree that this process poses the greater threat to asymmetric cryptography systems, others point out that replacing modern symmetric cryptography systems may require a significant amount of time. Today, there are a number of new approaches to building symmetric crypto algorithms, but most of them are at the initial stage of development or have significant shortcomings, which limit their practical application. So, the purpose of the study is to analyze the main approaches to construct widely used symmetric crypto algorithms and analyze the new approaches for their construction and identify the most promising areas for further research. Symmetric crypto algorithms are divided into two large groups, block and stream ciphers. First of all, let's look at stream ciphers. Their general scheme is shown on the slide. Within such system, each bit of information is combined using an XOR operation with a bit of pseudo-random sequence. The cryptographic strange of such algorithm based on cryptographic strange of pseudo-random sequence generator. This slide presents a comparative table of analyzed stream ciphers. An important aspect of this type of algorithms is that the most of them are not well suited for hardware implementation. In most cases, these algorithms were created specifically for further use as a component of software solutions, However, for the SALSA-20 algorithm and its variation CHACHA-20, there are specific scientific publications about creation of hardware-optimized versions. The next group is block symmetric ciphers. There are two main approaches in this group, specifically fail-state network and substitution permutation network. First one was used for older algorithms that were no longer safe to use, such as DES, triple DES, and IDEA. The second one is used in the most widespread symmetric encryption algorithm AES and in the Ukrainian national standard for symmetric encryption. This slide presents a comparative table of analyzed block ciphers. The crypto resistance level was determined based on the result of the analysis report by NIST on the impact of the implementation of large-scale quantum computers. In the spectrum, the Ukrainian encryption standard Kalina should be highlighted. It is listed last one in the table under its official name. It is one of few existing encryption algorithms with a key and block length of 520 bits. The main advantage that ensures the prevalence of AES is wide range support for its hardware acceleration on devices with different architecture. The limitation for all encryption algorithms is specific devices with severely limited hardware resources. For this type of device, it is necessary to create specific lightweight cryptography algorithms or use limited versions of the algorithms described above. In the field of lightweight cryptography, the main problem is the limitation of computing and energy resources. These issues limit the application of conventional algorithms and requires either limiting the parameters or creating specifically optimized algorithms. At the same time, the problem of ensuring informational security remains. Because by limiting the parameters of cryptographic algorithms, we reduce their cryptographic range. In connection with development of new technologies, new approaches to constructing symmetric cryptographic algorithms are also being proposed. One of the most promising of these is the construction of encryption algorithms based on the functions of real variables. This approach will be analyzed further and is planned to be developed within the scope of future research. So, this approach is being actively developed in Ukraine with the gradual solving of a number of fundamental problems. The latest variation of this approach was published in the form of a PhD dissertation in 2024. This concept was chosen for further research with agreement and possible cooperation with the developers of the original concept. In this case, a set of functions and constants is used as an encryption key. This set is not fixed. Currently, there is a limit on the number of functions for this algorithm. There must be 8. This and others limitation give rise to the main problem that currently exists in this approach. This problem will be discussed later. The slide shows an example of how the encryption results are presented. By analyzing the output results, we can identify the main problem of this algorithm. The significant increase in the length of the output ciphertext relative to the plain text. In this case, each byte of the message is converted into the set of real numbers of size n. In specific example, n equals 16, there also a restriction for this parameter must be greater than the number of functions. Among the advantages of this approach is a high level of potential cryptographic strength. According to the analysis conducted by the developers of the concept, the use of real numbers and promising approaches based on non-proportional functions ensures a sufficient level of directly guaranteed cryptographic strength. The main drawback is significant increase in the length of output message. Currently, this greatly limits the application of this concept and requires further improvements. To summarize discussed materials, for block symmetric ciphers, the industry standards for today is the AES algorithm. The Kalina algorithms deserve special mention. While it's less efficient than AES for the same key and block length, it offers a potential higher level of cryptographic strength. This may make it more preferable in certain applications. For stream ciphers, the Chacha series of algorithm can be considered the industry standard for today. Amongst the promising approaches to constructing the symmetric encryption algorithms, the scheme based on real variables functions deserves the most attention. This approach was chosen for further development within the scope of the dissertation research. That's all. Thanks for attention and have a good day.
Definitely this composite analysis, and it's interesting to consider such kind of analysis, and it would be great to discuss it with the author. There was such possibility before, and actually there are new ideas, but it's not completely clear how connected the lightweight cryptography with the float point computations considered as the last part, because it's not lightweight variant of cryptography, and it's a kind of implementation of protection based on uniqueness or not shared results, but when it will be shared enough and known enough, the combination of the rest types of primitives will be required. Well, let's move to the last report in our section, because the report hybrid energy efficient street lighting complex for smart city was presented out of order, and because of that the last report that should be done by Ales Yudin and Vladimir Pevnev will provide the in opposite to the current report, the analysis of factorization methods and the application to assess crypto resistance of RSA systems.
Greetings, dear conference participants. I would like to present the report analysis of factorization methods and their application to assess crypto resistance of RSA systems, prepared by Ales Yudin, a PhD student of the Department of Computer System Network and Cybersecurity, scientific advisor, Doctor of Science, Associate Professor Vladimir Pevnev. To begin the main part of my presentation, it's important to outline the key problems discussed in this research and what exactly needs to be addressed. First of all, the RSA encryption algorithms relies on the difficulty of solving the factorization problem. Numbers with a length of more than 200 digits are very hard to factor using modern computers, even when cluster technologies and processor parallelization are applied. However, despite the general strength of RSA, the security of the key can become very low if the prime candidates like P and Q are chosen incorrectly. For example, even very large numbers with more than 200 of decimal digits can be easy to factor if they are too close to each other. In such case, the number n, which is multiplication of P and Q, can be decomposed in only a few operations. Thus, we come to the main goal of our work. The first task was to make a detailed analysis of these existing factorization algorithms that are used for compromising RSA keys. During this analysis, each algorithm was evaluated according to several important criteria. The next important task of this research was development of a new factorization methods that can work in parallel, which helps to reduce the time need to compromise RSA keys. Before starting the analysis of factorization algorithms, it's important to explain what is the RSA algorithm is. RSA is an asymmetric encryption algorithm that is used almost everywhere. It's designed to ensure the confidentiality of information between digital communication nodes, and it's also suitable for creating digital signature, which is now used in many areas of our life, such as banking, digital businesses, and electronic government services. The asymmetric nature of the algorithms means that both sides of the communication, whether it's client to client or server to client, have their own pairs of keys, private key and public key. The private key is never shared and is used for decrypting messages, while a public key is used for encryption. Those the parties exchange their public keys, and the sender encrypts the message using the recipient public key, while the receiving side can decrypt the message with their private key. Many factorization methods have been developed, and they can be classified according to their computational complexity and areas of application. In general, factorization algorithms can be divided into 5 main types. On this slide, we focus on 3 of them: classic, sub-exponential, and sieve-based methods. I suggest taking a closer look at some of the algorithms shown here. Fermat methods is one of the most effective approaches for factoring numbers of the form n equal to p multiplied by q when the prime numbers p and q are very close to each other. Its main disadvantage is the need to perform many heavy operations such as squaring, subtractions, and square root calculation. Euler's methods, Leander and congruence of square, belong to classical techniques. They work very well only for small numbers or numbers with a special structure, and are no longer suitable for modern cryptography tasks. Polar P methods is most effective when one of the factors is relatively small, which is why it's commonly used in practical factorization. The P-1 methods by Pollard and P+1 methods by Williams also belong to exponential algorithms, and their performance strongly depends on the size of the smallest factor. The elliptic curves methods is sub-exponential algorithm that used ideas from analytic geometry and elliptic curves, and is effectively for finding smallest factors. Finally, the general numbers field sieve, like GNFS, is considered the most powerful methods for factoring very large numbers, especially when n is greater than 10 powered by 110. Let us move on to the next types of factorization methods, namely algebraic and quantum approaches. Crete methods, SQF-FOF, Peel's methods are effective only for small numbers or special form numbers, but obsolete for modern cryptography tasks. As far as quantum layers is considered Shor algorithms, it's theoretically methods. It's assumed that Shor's algorithm is capable of destroying modern crypto systems. However, in the nearest future, the creation of quantum computer for its particular implementations remain only for hope. On this slide, you can see a table with indicators of the efficiency of each factoring algorithms that was analyzed in this work. Based on this analysis carried out and a data table formed, graphs were constructed that clearly demonstrate the relationship between the level of implementation and complexity of implementing various factoring algorithms. The proposed methods uses an iterative approach that seeks to find the divisors of P and Q for the number n by approximating them relatively to square root of n. Initialization phase, the source values P1 and Q1 are selected as whole part of the square root, and followed by the following number that you can see in the first formula. The definition of the difference is calculated, the difference between the number and their production. You can see it on the second formula. And iterative process depends on the output. We make some changes. For example, in case delta E less than 0, then P reduces to reduce the production of Pi plus 1 equals to Pi minus 1. If delta I greater than 0, then to increase the production increases, Qi plus 1 equals to Qe plus 1. And process finish when delta equals to 0, when P and Q are the divisors of N. The theoretical complexity, or from N powered by 1 divided to 2, for our methods remains exponential, which is formally inferior to the sub-exponential methods like QS and NFS when factoring large RSA keys. And its main advantage lies in a significant increase in real computing speed due to arithmetic optimization and efficient parallelization. The analysis confirms that RSA crypto stability is directly related to the computational complexity of the factorization tasks. The proposed parallelized factorization methods accelerate divisors search by adjusting multiplier distance and operating on difference instead of multiplication. Experiments confirm a significant speed up of factorization as the problem size increase and parallel computation is applied. Further steps of research should be aimed at developing the technology of parallel factorization algorithms, which is of great importance in both theoretical and practical aspects when using open key encryption systems. So thank you for your attention. Bye.
Thank you for providing of the proposed method of factorization. It's really interesting and actually the simplest form of factorization is based on the brute force of the range of the half of the value of this number. But in this form, it's possible really consider the distribution of the such numbers, simple numbers, that is a part of the factorization process. And there is a known distribution, and attempts to actually using the probabilistic approach to verify it for the first order. I mean, firstly, allows really increase the speed of such algorithms. I think that there is no possibility to actually address the questions to others, but actually I hope that there are such possibilities in future. Well, according to the timetable, we considered all the planet reports except the report number 6, and this is the development of digital color measurement sensor. And it's time to discuss and maybe to provide some your impression of the work of the section, or maybe to provide some question to one of the speaker, or maybe to formulate the general maybe idea, or maybe some wishes for future, and address it to all others. So please, it's a time for sharing such ideas and wishes. Kirill?
Yeah, I would like to thank the section work for their works for our chairs. It was a pleasure to present my work and discuss it, and thank you very much. And that's all for what I say for now.
Thank you, Kirill, for such words and for providing your work and presenting it. And actually, thank you for such the participation in the conference, and it's great that there is such possibility. And I can also say that it's great that everything is everything, or just everything, was presented in this form, and it's great that there is a possibility to discuss it. Thank you, Kirill. Thank you for the rest others and all the participants that take it actually some role and part within the current work of this section and the rest sections of the conference. Actually, this is a traditional conference for our university, and each autumn it's happening, and it's great that there is a such format now, and actually this tradition continues, and I hope that it will be in future also. So I wish to all others the ideas, the possibilities, the implementations of those ideas, and of course I propose to share and perform the sharing of such knowledge, and actually thus conferences and platforms is the best place to discuss those ideas, and it's great that we are together here for discussing such ideas. Well, so it's time for closing of the work of section and closing of the work of the conference, and it was pleasure to hear all the reports, and I hope that all others that provided own research studies actually feel the same, and I hope that there will be next steps in such studies. Thank you for all others for the rest sections of the conference, and actually you will be informed about the results of the work of our conference. Thank you, and we are closing our meeting and closing the work of the conference.
Thanks a lot. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Have a nice day. Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day, everyone.